Chapter 13:14, A Clean Break. Chapter 13:14, A Clean Break. Turns out the truth is like this. Even though this fat woman is hateful, that Yi Yuan is even more abominable. Think about it, that's true too. I heard that even though this fat sow is domineering, she is still very affectionate towards Liang Mingyu. Stepmother and stepdaughters don't get along well. Every family is like this. If that's really the case, it makes sense too. This way, Liang Wanru was wronged? Pity about this girl. Didn't that new guest alchemist have the ability to cure the poison? Cure my ass. The poison feather Thousand Nights poison. The Lin family and the Lu family have researched for G. Oh, D knows how long, and we're unable to crack it. A cripple can cure the poison? Do you believe it? WNGP and Rand's act was clearly prepared for a very long time already. Playing it out at this time, the effects were not bad. She did not hide her wicked mother nature, attributing the source of the conflict to the conflict between a stepmother and stepdaughter. The credibility was very high. Adding on that, even though her reputation spread far and wide these few years, she had indeed contributed considerably for the Liang family. Therefore, this excuse was very believable. With her wisdom, she clearly could not come up with such a flawless excuse. These were all planned by W.A.N.G. Lingbo at the back. Seeing everyone's reaction, W.A.N.G.P. and Ran was very pleased with herself inwardly, prostrating in admiration towards her elder brother. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan became murderers, while they became the targets of sympathy instead. She did not believe that Yi Yuan could still stay on in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Facing everyone's criticism, Su Linpu's expression became incomparably ugly, but he was already long tickled with joy in his heart. Keep on acting. The more ruthless you do it, the more refres. Plussing it will be in a while. He suddenly gave a cold snort and said, W.I.N.G.P. and Ran, don't feign innocence. Actually, Miss Wanru has already woken up, but she's already utterly disappointed with your Liang family and will never return to the Liang family from here on. You guys go back. If we really get into a tussle, it won't be good for anyone. The more Su Linpu said so, the more W.A.N.G.P. and Ren naturally felt it was to cover things up. Actually, not just her, the rest similarly had this feeling. It cannot be blamed on them either. It was true that the Poison Feather Thousand Nights' prowess entered too deep into the people's hearts. They totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower had the ability to cure this poison. Su Linpa, don't give this old lady that. Today I want to see the person if alive, see the corpse in death. Wanru is my Liang family's daughter. What's the deal with being at your Myriad Treasure Tower? What does everybody say? W.A.N.G.P. and Ran asked everyone. Yeah, putting aside that your Myriad Treasure Tower is an accomplice to the murder, you even want to detain people's corpse. Simply shameless. Already at this time, does your Myriad Treasure Tower still want to puff oneself up at your own cost? Hand over the person. Hand over the person. For a moment, the public sentiment actually roused up. Inside a tea house's reserved room opposite the Myriad Treasure Tower, two middle-aged men were currently sipping tea. Lu Jinghao, I knew that you definitely won't miss this great show today. This tea is pretty good. One of the men opened his mouth and said. Lu Jinghao smiled and said, W.N.G. Lingbo, this person, you and I both know, forbears when not making a move. The moment he makes his move, it must see blood. These two people were none other than precisely the other two great families' family heads. The Lu family's Lu Jinghao and the Lin family's Lin Zaiqian. W.A.N.G. Lingbo really had a fine ploy. This time, the Myriad Treasure Tower has thoroughly tumbled. Lin Zaiqian said, Yang Rui's ploys all don't have any cause for much criticism. But this time, he still made an error of judgment in the end. I was rather perplexed why he would back a cripple up, Lu Jinghao said. No way of knowing this. But this time, the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely suffer a great loss in vitality. Lin Zitian said. Ah, once the myriad treasure tower falls, you and I will have to be more careful. W.A.N.G. Lingbo, that guy, his ambitions aren't small. Lu Jinghao said. Lin Zitian nodded, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Su Linpu's face. He suddenly let out a long sigh and said in a clear voice, Miss Wanru's remnant poison isn't cleared and originally needs to recuperate. Who asked you all to bully people too far? I can only invite her out. Come, men, invite Miss Wanru out. Su Linpu's words made the seething crowd instantly quieten down. They were all very doubtful about the authenticity of Su Linpu's words. Su Linpu, don't talk rubbish here. Delaying the time is useless. W.A.N.G. Pian Ran shouted at the top of her voice. She did not believe, even if she was beaten to death, that the myriad treasure tower could really revive Liang Wanru. Su Linpu gave a cold laugh and said, Wouldn't you know if it's real or fake once the person arrives? What's the hurry? Before long, two beautiful figures slowly walked out from inside the myriad treasure tower. Hong Yin supported Liang Wanru. Her current situation was really bad, and not Su Linpu talking nonsense. When W.A.N.G. Pian Ran's gaze landed on that hateful to the extreme figure, her entire person was instantly petrified. She rubbed her two eyes, wondering if she saw wrongly or not. But focusing her eyes and looking, who could it be if not Liang Wanru? It's really Liang Wanru. She actually didn't die. My eyesight isn't failing, right? The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really cured? My God, how in the world did the myriad treasure tower do it? With this, there's really a fine show to watch. Liang Wanru's appearance aroused the crowd's violent commotion. When everyone all thought that she was already dead, she actually stood in front of everyone while still alive. The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really resolved. The W.A.N.G. family had tremendous deterrence by relying on this poison. But now it was actually resolved. Of course, the one with the most fascinating expression still had to belong to W.A.N.G. Pian Ran. The flesh on her face was plenty, her mouth not large, but currently, her mouth was opened even larger than a fist. I am possible. How is this possible? The poison that I personally administered, how can she possibly still be alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. W.A.N.G. Pian Ran muttered under her breath. Seeing her appearance, Su Linpu said with a mocking smile, You seem to be very disappointed that Miss Wanru is alive. Didn't you say just now that you didn't hope for her to die? W.A.N.G. Pian Ran froze and said stammeringly, For a long time, W.N.G. Pian Ran did not know how to follow up with this sentence either. Liang Wanru stood still. The gaze that looked at W.A.N.G. Pian Ran was filled with indifference. Toward the Liang family, she was really utterly disappointed already. She gestured to Hong Yin a few times. Hong Yin understood and said to a servant, Serve pen and ink. Very soon, the servants fetched pen and ink and placed in front of Liang Wanru. Liang Wanru took up the paper and pen rather strenuously and wrote. The venomous woman harmed Ru greatly and often beat and scolded. This time, because Ru sponsored Yi Yuan divine essence stones. In her fury, she threw Ru into the dungeons and administered poison in the food, plotting to kill Ru. She, as a stepmother, this action was understandable. But father was greedy and actually left Ru alone to her devices. Ru's heart is already dead. This life already returned to father, the remaining life bestowed by Yi Yuan. This day forth, Ru makes a clean break from the Liang family, and no longer has any connection. Writing finish. Liang Wanru put down the pen, her eyes already filled with tears. Chapter 1315. A Rat Crossing the Street. Chapter 1315. A rat crossing the street. Su Linpu let out a long sigh and said, Sigh. Poor girl. Hong Yin, bring Miss Wanru back and let her rest well. For Liang Wanru's disposition, being able to force her to this step was truly not easy. Even back then, when Liang Wanrong did that sort of dirty thing, she chose to forgive too. But Liang Mingyu's indifference this time truly made Liang Wanru lose all hope. She finally discovered that this Liang family seemed to already completely did not have room for her to survival anymore. Looking at Liang Wanru's frail appearance, the pity in everyone's hearts arose spontaneously. Her experiences these few years, quite a number of people all heard of it. GP and Rand suddenly felt that there were a series of unfriendly gazes coming from all around, the scenery suddenly changing. That was the furious gaze after being deceived and made use of. Originally, this version of things was seamless, but the prerequisite was that Liang Wanru was already dead. Now, the main person herself came forward to clarify and even wanted to make a clean break from the Liang family. How the truth was already did not need to go into detail. What do you all want to do? My brother is W.A.N.G. Lingbo. W.A.N.G. Pian Rand shouted at the top of her voice. Who? Is the W.A.N.G. family impressive? A thick phlegm pass said through the crowd and spat onto W.A.N.G. Pian Rand's face accurately. Immediately, a stinky smell burrowed into her nostrils, making her choke from disgust. But before waiting for her to react yet, one mouthful after another of thick phlegm spat over towards her akin to raindrops. Spit. Scram. Spit. Quickly get lost. Spit. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here anymore. Get lost. Cursing sounded out, spit splattering everywhere. W.A.N.G. and Rand was instantly drowned out by this raindrop like thick phlegms, waves of stench emanating off her body. That appearance was disgusting to the extreme. When those people who were fooled came to realize the truth, that wrath was very terrifying. These people were all expected. Spitting was naturally bullseye every time. W.A.N.G. and Rand had no place to dodge, even if she wanted to. Disgusting to death. You all are dead for sure. I'll have my brother kill all of you pariahs. Every one of you. Hack. W.A.N.G. and Rand was currently shouting herself Hoa. R.S.E. threatening others when a thick phlegm directly flew into her mouth. She could not take it anymore and started vomiting loudly. Everyone laughed loudly. W.A.N.G. and Rand's threat had no effect at all. As the saying went, the law did not blame the Ma. SES. Even though the W.A.N.G. family was powerful, they did not dare to kill so many people either. W.A.N.G. and Rand at this time was akin to a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat it. Even though the onlookers did not dare to kill her, currently like this, it was already enough for her to suffer. In fact, it was even more liberating than killing her. Such a venomous woman should be humiliated like this. W.A.N.G. and Rand puked as she was escorted by a group of underlings away from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Su Lin Pu had flowers bloom with joy in his heart long ago. Only seeing W.A.N.G. and Rand leave, did he say in the clear voice, "Now, everyone knows that my Myriad Treasure Tower isn't joking around with everybody, right? In the future, if someone is poisoned, you can come to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everybody, rest assured. I guarantee that the medicines work like a charm." Su Lin Pu's words were a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. What he said was not poison feather thousand night, but that as long as someone was poisoned, they could come to find the Myriad Treasure Tower. These words were said rather conceitedly. Manager Su, you're saying that no matter what poison, you all can resolve it? Someone asked with skepticism. Su Lin Pu smiled and said, "Of course not. How many poisons are there in this world? How can it be all cured? But in this Jewel Hill city, if even our Myriad Treasure Tower can't cure it, then body can cure it." These words were said domineeringly. But the myriad treasure tower, after having Yi Yuan, was this domineering. If without Yi Yuan's inciting things, Su Linpu naturally did not dare to say this kind of big talk. Even the poison feather thousandite was cured. What poison was there that the divine-grade detoxification pill could not treat? Everyone clearly all realized this point. The myriad treasure tower resolved Jewel Hill City's #1 poison. They naturally had the confidence to say this kind of words. Manager Su, could it be that that new guest alchemist of yours refined a divine-grade detoxification pill? Someone asked again. Su Linpu said with a smile, speaking of this guest alchemist of ours, Yi Yuan, he's incredible. Presumably, everyone knows that because his divine sea is damaged, he's unable to condense divine essence. Hence, his medicinal pills were all refined and formed with Formation Tao. What? Formation Tao pill refinement. It's actually Formation Tao pill refinement. Just what is the origin of this guest alchemist? To actually know Formation Tao pill refinement. Manager Su is evading the subject. Looks like the myriad treasure tower really refined a divine-grade detoxification pill. Su Linpu saying this immediately caused a hubbub. Everyone was already shocked until it could not be Serpa. S said, no matter whether it was the divine-grade detoxification pill or Formation Tao pill refinement, these were all things that were fantastical in Jewel Hill City. It was precisely because so that everyone all thought that Liang Wanru died. However, these inconceivable things had indeed happened before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Linpu smiled until his eyes narrowed. With this, Yi Yuan's fame was considered utterly spread out in Jewel Hill City. In the future, not only would the myriad treasure tower's fame overshadow the other few families, the martial artists seeking Yi Yuan for pills would definitely be more as well. In the tea house, Lu Jinghao and Lin Zaiqian slowly sat down. Until now, they still had not recovered. When Liang Wanru appeared, the two of them were virtually shocked until they stood up at the same time. The poison feather thousandite's poison being cured, this was absolutely an earth-shaking major matter in Jewel Hill City. A major event sufficient to change the current Jewel Hill City's status quo. Using one's B, U, T to think, and one would also know, starting from today, the myriad treasure tower's business would probably be explosive. The Lu family and Lin family's power would definitely be affected. However, the one with the biggest impact was still the W, A, N, G family. Old Lu, I seriously can't figure out where Yang Rue went to find such a freak. Lin Zaiqian drank a mouthful of tea and said with a bitter smile. Lu Jinghao similarly smiled bitterly and said, this new guest alchemist of the myriad treasure tower is very mysterious. But I didn't expect that his strength was actually so formidable. With him around, our two families' days in the future will have a hard time. Yeah, alchemists able to refine divine-grade detoxification pill. We can't find a second one in the entire Jewel Hill City too. However, the one with the biggest headache is still W, A, N, G Lingbo. Today's matter will probably be a bolt out of the blue to him, right? Lin Zaiqian said smilingly. He was digging a pit to bury himself, causing a disturbance for over a month. It was actually such an outcome. Lu Jinghao said rather gloatingly. Toward the events that happened in the outside world, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. To him, every minute and second was precious. Refining a divine-grade divine essence pill and divine-grade detoxification pill was indeed impressive, but these two kinds of medicinal pills were merely just medicinal pills to build the foundation. One-star Heavenly Mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than these two kinds of medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan used a very short time to refine these two kinds of medicinal pills, 10 years' time was still a bit of a stretch. Yi Yuan fell into a frenzied studying and practicing. Vast knowledge of spirit medicine's medicinal properties practically stuffed his brain full. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and desperately forced himself to digest again and again. Chapter 13:16 100 Years of Bitter Cultivation. Chapter 13:16. 100 years of bitter cultivation inside the world, suppressing steel. Time slowly said quietly. In a twinkle, it was already close to 100 years. Dustless looked at the divine-grade medicinal pill inside the array formation, overflowing with medicinal fragrance, and was speechless for a long time. Divine-grade, one-star heavenly mark pill. Yi Yuan really did it, and only used less than a century. Dustless still did not quite dare to believe it until now, that Yi Yuan completed something which even heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not do. He already did his best to overestimate Yi Yuan's talent, but he discovered now that his estimations were a complete joke. This boy in front of him could not be judged with common sense at all. Senior, it's finally formed. Yi Yuan was also very excited. He knew that he completed a remarkable achievement. Yeah, it's done. You, kid, are simply born for the sake of alchemy. If it were somebody else, 100 years' time to comprehend these spirit medicines' medicinal properties isn't even enough, Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan, comprehending these rank, one divine rank spirit medicines, could simply use enlightening to describe. Ever since entering the selfless realm at that time, after learning the rudiments, his speed of comprehending medicinal properties could simply use outrageous to describe. Each kind of spirit medicine, the medicinal properties were different, but it was not to say that they were completely different. Yi Yuan was always able to draw parallels from inference, learning by logi, and inferring other things from one instance. After that, he learned the medicinal properties fully very quickly. The array formation's path. Even though Yi Yuan's improvements were not as good as with alchemy, it also made rapid advancements. The array formation to refine the divine-grade, one-star heavenly mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the lesser divine essence formation. But Yi Yuan only used 20 years' time and thoroughly comprehended it. Didn't Senior also say that because I entered selfless realm and had a correspondence point with heavenly Tao, that's why it would be so smooth? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That might be the case, but being able to enter the selfless realm in itself is also the manifestation of strength and comprehension ability. You boy really made me too surprised, Dustless said. Hoo-hoo, many thanks for Senior's praise. I'd best consume this medicinal pill first. Divine C being damaged for 10 years, not a trace of essence energy within the body, I'm already about to collapse. Yi Yuan already could not wait. These few years of becoming a cripple really made him aggrieved to the max medicinal pill entering the abdomen. A majestic medicinal strength instantly scoured all the limbs and bones in his body. Very soon, Yi Yuan sensed that his divine C was being repaired bit by bit. Divine-grade, one-star heavenly mark pill indeed lived up to its reputation. This century of painstaking effort finally paid off at this moment. Even though the divine-grade, one-star heavenly mark pill was just a Tier 1 divine pill, the refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. How much effort Yi Yuan put in these close to 100 years, only he and Dustless knew. This one-star heavenly mark pill is indeed miraculous to actually be able to trigger heavenly Tao to repair the divine C. Yi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Dustless said, that is, of course. No matter what medicinal pill, once it reaches divine grade, that's being recognized by heavenly Tao laws. With your injuries, only by refining a one-star heavenly mark pill can it not leave behind sequela. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating understanding. Him refining heaven-grade heavenly mark pill had no meaning at all. Even though a heaven-grade one-star heavenly mark pill was likewise able to repair the divine C, it would cause an irredeemable impact on his future cultivation. But the divine-grade one-star heavenly mark pill would not. This refinement was 10 days and 10 nights. The one-star heavenly mark pill was just like a refining master, sculpting Yi Yuan's divine C with the utmost care. Finally, a trace of spiritual energy entered Yi Yuan's body. After refining it, it turned into divine essence and flowed into the divine C. Yi Yuan felt that the feeling of controlling divine essence was really great. Tower Lord, Yi Yuan's seclusion has already been 10 years. The medicinal pills that he left behind are too sought after and were long exhausted clean. These 2 years, our performance has been declining continuously. The W.N.G. family pulled through the most difficult period and is showing signs of raising their heads again now. Ever since Liang Wanru's incident 10 years ago, the Myriad Treasure Tower was really glorious for sometimes suppressing the 3 great families. One could say that they outshone others already, especially the divine essence pills and detoxification pills that Yi Yuan left behind. No matter what grade, they were all very popular. The quality of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were all higher than the same grade medicinal pills. Furthermore, they were martial artists running stock medicinal pills, which were naturally very popular. The quantity medicinal pills that he left was considerable, but it could not hold up to the Myriad Treasure Tower's boom in business. Towards the end, the medicinal pills that he left behind were even hiked to a very high price. Even so, it could not stop the buyers' booming enthusiasm either. There would always be those people who did not lack money. Finally, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan left behind were completely exhausted 2 years ago. At that time, it became the turning point of the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. Their performance started to decline. The other 3 families finally grasped this opportunity and counterattacked strongly, reoccupying the market. Yi Yuan did not exit seclusion all along, filled Su Linpu with anxiety. But Yang Rui was not anxious at all and said with a smile, "Oh, old Su, your gaze is too narrow and short-sighted. If they want to jump around, just let them go jump around." Su Linpu smiled bitterly and said, "I say, Tower Lord, why aren't you nervous at all? With the current trend, we'll return to that sort of situation previously again before long." Yang Rui said smilingly, "So what then? Don't you forget how Yi Yuan refined the divine grade detoxification pill back then. At that time, he only used 2 months' time. Now, he entered seclusion for close to 10 years. You think about it. Once he leaves seclusion, what level will his alchemy strength attain?" Su Linpu's eyes lit up, only then discovering that he was indeed short-sighted and only saw the immediate benefits. He forgot that what brought them this transformation was Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was around, the Myriad Treasure Tower could rise up anew at any time. Moreover, he entered seclusion 10 years in one go. Who knew what level his alchemy strength would reach? Su Linpu said, "Tower Lord, do you think Yi Yuan can refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill or not?" Yang Rui shook his head and said with a smile, "You're an alchemist. This question, you should be clearer than me, right? 10 years' time. How can it possibly refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill? However, we can wait." Su Linpu also felt that his question was rather laughable. The difficulty of the 1-star heavenly mark pill could be said to be demon level. Even for 2-star alchemy GODS, extremely few people could refine it too. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was abnormally high, but wanted to reach this step, it absolutely could not be done in 10 years' time. Tower Lord, then Su Linpu will take his leave. Finished talking, Su Linpu backed out. Manager Su. Su Linpu was just about to enter the Myriad Treasure Tower's lobby, but was stopped by a voice. He turned around and could not help being overjoyed. "Yi Yuan, you finally exited seclusion. If you still didn't exit seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower can close shop for good already." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Manager Su's joke is overdone. Before this Yi came, wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower very lively too? Without Yi Yuan, could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower can't operate anymore?" Su Linpu chortled with laughter. Suddenly, his countenance changed drastically, and he said stammeringly, "Why was your divine C already recovered?" The current Yi Yuan, his body faintly emitted powerful undulations, becoming like a different person from before closed seclusion. It was clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's divine C was repaired. Chapter 13:17 Land of Evil Spirits. Chapter 13:17 Land of Evil Spirits. N. Heaven rewards the faithful. I finally recovered. Yi Yuan did not hide anything either, directly admitting it. This kind of thing, wanting to conceal it, could not be done either. It was clear at a glance. But to Su Lin-pu, this sentence was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. It was two Astonies. H.I. He was a one-star alchemy G.O. D2, and he was completely aware of how difficult to refine the one-star heavenly mark pill was. To a one-star alchemy G.O. D, this was virtually an impossible task. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and lowered his voice and said, "You really refined a one-star heavenly mark pill?" Refining the one-star heavenly mark pill, that was a heavyweight bomb, much more explosive than divine-grade detoxification pill. This thing. More importantly, the pill formula of the one-star heavenly mark pill was not what everyone could know. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine it showed that his background was definitely not simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you see it? Without the one-star heavenly mark pill, I can't possibly repair my divine sea either." Hiss! Su Lin-pu sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yi Yuan with an expression like he had seen a ghost and said, "You kid are really a freak, but the timing you came out is too perfect. Still don't come out. This old man really almost can't hold on anymore." Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look, "Where did this come from?" Su Lin-pu said, "You aren't aware how popular those medicinal pills that you refined were in Jewel Hill City." Su Lin-pu briefly recounted the situation these few years. Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the medicinal pills he refined were actually so sought after. Yi Yuan did not S.H.I. plus RK either and directly said, "Since that's the case, I'll find time to refine a batch of medicinal pills. I don't dare to say about Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, but ordinary low-grade divine pills shouldn't be an issue." Su Lin-pu was overjoyed and said, "Ha! Knew that you kid won't S.H.I. plus RK? Then this matter will be entrusted to you." Yi Yuan was aware that he owed the Myriad Treasure Tower a favor. After all, without the Myriad Treasure Tower supplying spirit medicines endlessly, he also had no way of refining the one-star heavenly mark pill in 10 years' time. But actually, the profits that Yi Yuan brought to the Myriad Treasure Tower was far from as simple as those medicinal pills which he left behind. In these 10 years, the Myriad Treasure Tower could be said to have limitless glory, Cruz. H.I. plusing the other three families until they could not even raise their heads. In this, Yi Yuan had the absolute contribution. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "There are quite a new ready-made divine pills inside the practice room. You can send people to go and tidy it up a bit. I took away all of the divine-grade divine pills. If you all need them, I can help you all refine. Additionally, you make an inventory list and send the spirit medicines to the cultivation room. I will take a look at Miss Wanru first." Su Lin-pu hurriedly said, "That is, of course. These few years, Miss Wanru has missed you dearly." Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly asked, "Manager Su, are there places of evil spirits near Jewel Hill City?" Su Lin-pu's expression changed, and he said, "What are you finding lands of evil spirits for? Lands of evil spirits aren't some good place." Dustless told Yi Yuan that apart from the cities in the Heavenspan world, there were all kinds of evil spirit places. The so-called land of evil spirits were places where those martial artists who had abnormal deaths, their divine souls converting to death spirits, and gathering in places where energy was entrenched, forming a land of danger. The evil spirits of evil spirit lands killed and devoured each other to strengthen themselves. Those able to survive were mostly powerful, ordinary martial artists. Fighting solo was not a match for the evil spirits at all. Furthermore, the divine souls of martial artists was excellent nourishment to those evil spirits. Once they discovered that there were martial artists who entered the land of evil spirits, they would unleash attacks frenziedly, all the way until devouring the martial artist's divine soul in the end. But the evil spirit lands would also give birth to some inattribute natural treasure. Furthermore, each kind was very valuable. Therefore, Quite a number of martial artists would brave the dangers and enter inside to search for treasures. Those with good luck could really make a fortune and even maintain several decades, up to 100 years of cultivation. Hence, the moment Su Lin-Pu heard that Yi Yuan wanted to find a land of evil spirits, his expression changed immediately. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This he wants to refine a kind of medicinal pill and needs to use night twill GRAS. So I want to make a trip to a land of evil spirits. The matter of possessing the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, Yi Yuan naturally would not disclose it. Hence, he made up a reason. Him going to a land of evil spirits was naturally not really in order to refine some medicinal pill, but to search for nourishment for Dustless. The evil spirits of the land of evil spirits were the best nourishment to Dustless. At present, there were only 3 months left from the 10-year period. Yi Yuan already could not afford a delay. If he still did not find nourishment for Dustless, Mu Ling Xue would not be able to hold on. Hence, no matter what, this trip to the land of evil spirits, he had to go. But the moment Su Lin-Pu heard, he could not really stop him. The Myriad Treasure Tower really did not have the night twill GRAS. The natural treasures of evil spirit lands were very hard to come by in the outside world. Each time it appeared, they would be seized away. Furthermore, the prices were exceedingly high. It was precisely because of this that those martial artists would enter the land of evil spirits at the expense of their lives, wanting to find some natural treasures. This, in the place 1 million miles in the northeast direction of Jewel Hill City, there's an Wind, Denver. That place is the largest land of evil spirits in the vicinity of Jewel Hill City. But the danger there is also much greater compared to other places. It's just that other lands of evil spirits probably don't have a night twill GRAS, Su Lin-Pu said. Yi Yuan became interested the moment he heard this. Evil spirits that were too ordinary did not have much effect on Dustless. Dustless told him, "Want to find a useful land of evil spirits? There must have the night twill GRAS, this level of spirit medicine." Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan would say so. He did not expect that there really was one. "Manager Su, can you tell me about this Wind Den in detail?" Yi Yuan said. Su Lin-Pu nodded and said, "That is, of course. The Wind Den is the largest land of evil spirits in Jewel Hill City area. Jewel Hill City has quite a few powerful martial artists who would stay at the Wind Den all year round. Some of the attribute spirit medicines produced there are highly popular with martial artists. But the danger there's also plain for all to see. The deity realm powerhouses who die at the Wind Den every year are no fewer than 100 people. It's said that the Wind Den's depths, there are even 2-star evil spirits whose strength rivals human heaven glimpse deity realm. Once encountered, the average person would die beyond a doubt. Yi Yuan felt terror in his heart when he heard it too. Grotto Profound Deity Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as grand completion. Each minor realm, the strength disparity was exceedingly great. Middle stage Grotto Profound martial artists could easily crush initial stage martial artists. Yi Yuan had currently just recovered his strength and was merely initial stage Grotto Profound Deity Realm. While 2-star evil spirits, those were existences even stronger than ordinary heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Once ran into 2-star evil spirits, they would die without a doubt. Dustless said that the Heavenspan world could not compare to the Immortal Grove world anymore. In the Immortal Grove world, he would easily devour the Death Soul Tree. But here, he was at most able to deal with a late-stage 1-star evil spirit. Encountering a 1-star grand completion evil spirit, he would have to give a wide berth too. As for 2-star evil spirits, even he had no way of dealing with them either. Yi Yuan did not expect that this trip really had quite a bit of danger. Su Lin-Pu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "If you insist on going, better let Luo Jian follow along with you." Chapter 1318, Spirit Mending Pill and Dao Skunda Pill. Chapter 1318, Spirit Mending Pill and Dao Skunda Pill. Wanru, you're thinking about Sir Yi again, right? Hongyin could not help scoffing when she saw Liang Wanru staring blankly. Liang Wanru's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Hongyin could not help bursting into laughter when she saw and said, "If you miss him, then miss him. What's the big deal? A genius like Sir Yi, which woman doesn't like? Actually, Hongyin likes him a lot too. It's just too bad that Hongyin doesn't have this fortune and know that he definitely won't take fancy on me." Hongyin had long seen through that Yi Yuan being so talented. As long as he could repair his divine sea, he would fly to the sky in one move sooner or later. Even if he could not repair the divine sea, just based on his unique skill of formation Dao pill refinement, it was also sufficient to gain a foothold in any place. For the Tower Lord to send Luo Jian out to protect Yi Yuan, this in itself indicated many problems. Liang Wanru could not help but become interested when she heard and looked towards Hongyin rather interestedly. Hongyin heaved a melancholic sigh and said, "I'm not joking with you. Not only is Sir Ye's alchemy talent outstanding, but he's also even sentimental and righteous. He did not scruple in going up to the W.A.N.G. family to plead for your sake. A man like this, which woman won't be moved? It's just too bad that he and I are destined to be people of different worlds." When Liang Wanru heard these words, she could not help feeling down too. After all, not only was she a mute, furthermore, she was just a mortal. To talk about being of different worlds, wasn't she even more so? At this time, a knocking sound rang out outside the door. Hongyin went to open the door to take a look and could not help being inexplicably surprised. The arrival was actually Yi Yuan. "Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Ah, you recovered your strength?" Hongyin's small mouth opened into a circle and could not close her mouth for a long time. She had never heard before that, after a martial artist's divine sea was damaged, they could still recover their strength. Of course, that was because body could refine the one-star heavenly mark pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Yeah, 10 years of seclusion finally achieved some results. These few years, thanks to you for accompanying Miss Wanru to relieve her worries and boredom." Hongyin's little heart pounded heavily. Her gaze that looked towards Yi Yuan was filled with wars. H-I+P. Hearing that, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "What's her saying? Wanru and I have long become good friends who tell each other everything already. Her life experiences are pitiful, but her character is extremely good. With such a close friend, it's also all that I could wish for." Liang Wanru saw Yi Yuan enter and went up to welcome joyfully. When Yi Yuan saw Liang Wanru, he could not help apologizing. "Miss Wanru, these few years, this Yi was in seclusion, leaving you alone out here. Really sorry about it." Liang Wanru's face revealed a smile that had not been seen for ages and shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But exiting seclusion this time, this Yi brought you good news." The moment Liang Wanru heard, she could not help becoming doubtful, using a probing gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not leave her hanging and took out 2 medicinal pills. Hongyin's gaze turned intent, and she said in astonishment, "Sir Yi, this is Dao Skunda pill." Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, "You actually recognize the Dao Skunda pill?" These 2 kinds of medicinal pills were not what the average person could see. Inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, there were absolutely no such medicinal pills, because body could refine them. He did not expect that Hongyin actually recognized these 2 kinds of medicinal pills. It's really the Dao Skunda pill. Over 30 years ago, the Tower Lord requested the Dao Skunda pill from the higher-ups before. Hongyin was fortunate to have seen it before. "I didn't expect that after a time interval of many years, I actually saw it once again. Sir, this was refined by yourself?" Hongyin asked Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I didn't refine it, could it be that it fell down from the sky?" Hongyin was unbelievably shocked. She knew how difficult the Tao Skunda Pill's refinement was. Among Jewel Hill City's alchemists, no one was able to refine it at all. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refined it. I didn't mean that. Hong Yin was aware that she misspoke and hastily said. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Haha, kidding with you. Don't take it seriously." Only then did Hong Yin let out a sigh in relief and asked, "Sir, the quality of this Tao Skunda pill of yours is much better than what I saw that time." "Oh, right, this is the Tao Skunda pill. Then the other one. Could it be the spirit-mending pill?" Yi Yuan said with a nod. Miss Hong Yin is really extremely intelligent. That's right, it's precisely the spirit-mending pill. Hong Yin could not help recalling the big talk Yi Yuan said at the W.N.G. family. She did not think that he really did it. Liang Wanru, being unable to open her mouth and talk, was because within her body was missing a portion of heavenly Tao. Want to make up this portion of heavenly Tao, one required the spirit-mending pill. The effect of this Tao Skunda pill was to help Liang Wanru be able to break through to the deity realm. In the immortal Grove world, for people who want to break through to deity realm, one must cultivate the heart realm to the heaven-man unity, grand completion. Because wanting to break through to the deity realm required the heart realm to harmonize essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths. But the Heavenspan world's powerhouses were able to use divine pills to achieve this sort of effect. Hence, using divine pills to help martial artists break through to deity realm, this was not considered much in the Heavenspan world. Except, this Tao Skunda pill's refining difficulty was tremendous. The average 1-star alchemy D really could not refine it. Even if they really refined it, the price was also not what the average mortal could afford. Back then, Yi Yuan said to W.N.G. Lingbo, not only was he going to resolve the Poison Feather Thousand Nights poison, he was even going to let Liang Wanru open her mouth and talk, and let her step foot in a deity realm. Now it was all realized. No wonder what kind of feeling W.N.G. Lingbo would have when he learned about this news. It was night. A dark shadow flickered and disappeared in the night, entering the W.A.N.G. family's manor. In front of W.A.N.G. Lingbo was a black-clothed man in martial outfit. Regarding the black-clothed man's appearance, W.A.N.G. Lingbo was not surprised. "You came. Could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower had some new movements?" W.A.N.G. Lingbo opened his mouth and said coolly. The black-clothed man had his face covered and could not see his face clearly at all. "Yi Yuan exited seclusion," the black-clothed man said. W.A.N.G. Lingbo's eyebrows raised up. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "That punk finally left seclusion. The humiliation that he brought to my W.N.G. family must be settled with him properly this time." "His divine sea recovered," the black-clothed man said meaningfully. W.A.N.G. Lingbo's entire body trembled. His gaze, when looking at the black-clothed man, was incredible shock. This news was simply akin to a bolt out of the blue to him. He really refined a 1-star heavenly mark pill? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. W.N.G. Lingbo cried out involuntarily. The black-clothed man said with a heated gaze, "Does this old man have a need to lie to you? Not only did he refine a 1-star heavenly spiritual pill, he even refined a spirit-mending pill and a Tao Skunda pill. Do you feel that your face is burning hot?" W.A.N.G. Lingbo's eyes stared wide-eyed. He was shocked by the news that the black-clothed man brought until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Just as the black-clothed man said, his face was really fiery hot. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan saved Liang Wanru. That slap was thrown extremely resoundingly. 10 years later, Yi Yuan even refined the spirit-mending pill and Tao Skunda pill, completely realizing the vows back then. Could his face not be burning hot? Only after a long time did he digest his news. His gaze was cold as he looked at the black-clothed man and said, "You shouldn't have come this time, because you have nothing to do and deliberately came to mock me, right?" The black-clothed man chuckled and said, "Of course not. Yi Yuan, he wants to go to the Wind Den." Chapter 1319, Traitor Arising. Chapter 1319, Traitor Arising. Two people, two steeds. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian, one in front, one at the back, galloped on the open road. Today, the sun had not risen yet, and the two people already quietly went out of Jewel Hill City. In a blink, they already galloped several tens of thousands of miles away. Leaving the city this time, Yi Yuan was still very cautious. He knew that once the G family learned about the news of him exiting the city, they would definitely deal a killing blow. These few years, Yi Yuan had been refining pills inside the world-suppressing steel all along, refining a large batch of medicinal pills for the Myriad Treasure Tower. These medicinal pills, Yi Yuan had notified manager Su as well, letting him wait until after he went out of the city before starting to roll them out. The news of him exiting seclusion was also sealed off very tightly. Apart from a few core members of the Myriad Treasure Tower, no one knew at all. After all, he had already entered closed seclusion for 10 years. It was impossible for the G family to constantly keep an eye on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan knew that for the G family to be able to become one of the three great families, they had a heaven-glimpsed deity realm ancestor. Such a great family. Yi Yuan's current strength could not resist at all. Hence, he had no choice but to be more careful. It was just that Yi Yuan never dreamed that the news of him leaving seclusion was long leaked to G lingo by someone already. The G family's Sim was long lying in ambush ahead already. The two people were currently galloping when a figure in front blocked the way. There were no villages ahead and no inns at the back in this place. It was precisely a good place to kill people and rob. Swoosh, swoosh. They did not see a person take any action either, but two gusts of wind assailed them. Yi Yuan's expression changed, leaping up. Boom! The flying dragon colts that the two people were riding were directly blasted into dregs. The heaven-span world's deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly too. This flying dragon colt was a means of travel, capable of traveling as far as several tens of thousands of miles a day. He did not expect that they were actually annihilated just like this. Judging from the strength that this person exhibited, he was actually a grand completion grotto profound expert. The two people landed, and Luo Jian's brows furrowed as he said, "W-A-N-G Yugan." The old man smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect that there's still someone who remembers this old man. You're Luo Jian? I heard of you before, Jewel Hill City's up-and-coming star, known as Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman." Luo Jian's furrowed his brows, but did not answer. Yi Yuan's brows were also tightly locked as he asked, "The W-N-G family's people?" Luo Jian nodded his head and said, "The W-A-N-G family's fourth elder was already grotto profound deity realm 5,000 years ago. He normally doesn't leave seclusion. I didn't expect that W-A-N-G Lingbo actually sent him out." Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Our whereabouts have been leaked. Looks like the Myriad Treasure Tower has a traitor." "Impossible," Luo Jian blurted out. Clearly, he totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower would have someone be a traitor. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute. Leaving the city this time, he was already very careful but was still found out by the W-G family's people. A traitor definitely emerged in the Myriad Treasure Tower. This point was indisputable. It was just that Yi Yuan could not guess who would betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. "Who is it?" Luo Jian suddenly said. "There are targets of suspicion, but still don't dare to confirm. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Can you deal with this guy?" Yi Yuan said. Luo Jian hugged his sword and looked at W-A-N-G Yugan and said, "I'll give it a shot. You leave first." The moment Ji Yugan heard these words, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, "Brat who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old man roamed obstructed in Jewel Hill City, you all weren't even born yet. Luo Jian, I know that you're hailed as having the strength that approaches grand completion grotto profound. But in front of this old man, there's absolutely no chance at all." Luo Jian was not articulate. He had always used a sword to talk. Clank! The long sword coming out of the sheath, a cold light appeared. Ji Yugan's laughter abruptly ceased. Luo Jian's sword already arrived in front of him. Grand completion grotto profound. How can that be? Ji Yugan exclaimed. Exclaiming was exclaiming, but the movements of Ji Yugan's hands were not the slightest bit slow. Clank! The long spear came out of the sheath, nailing onto Luo Jian's sword accurately. The webbing between Luo Jian's thumb and index finger shocked until it turned numb, his figure directly flying out horizontally. This time, Luo Jian met his match. This old man is really very surprised. You actually just broke through to grand completion grotto profound before coming out of the city. Even though Ji Yugan was shocked, he was not worried. Even if Luo Jian's strength was very powerful, he was also not his match. After all, he was only missing a step to be able to break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It was just too bad that this step was as hard as ascending to heaven. If barring no accidents, it would probably be hard for him to break through in this lifetime. Luo Jian looked towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of gratitude. It was precisely the divine grade, divine essence pill that Yi Yuan gifted him in private that helped him to burst through the bottleneck, breaking through to grand completion grotto profound. His realm had always been stuck at peak late-stage grotto profound, but had never found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Jian's current realm, the divine essence pill was long useless to him already. Unless it was divine grade, divine essence pill. The low-grade tier 1 divine pills Yi Yuan refined also did not have much effect on him. But this divine essence pill was able to keep on consuming until breaking through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that consuming it still had an effect. Under the stimulation of the divine grade, divine essence pill, Luo Jian finally broke through the bottleneck that he was stuck at for many years in one stroke. Ji Yugan was shrewd with age and saw through many things with one glance, and could not help saying in surprise, "Looks like it was this brat who helped you to break through the bottleneck. In your current state, unless it's the divine grade, divine essence pill. Truly inconceivable. This kid refines divine grade, divine essence pills as easily as eating and drinking. No wonder Lingbo, that child, is so apprehensive of you. With you at the Myriad Treasure Tower, wouldn't my G family forever not have the day to hold our heads up high?" Talking to the back, Ji Yugan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Luo Jian gave a cold snort and said, "Want to kill him? Go through me first." Ji Yugan smiled and said, "Your breakthrough was indeed out of my expectations. However, this will not change the outcome. You're still too inexperienced in front of me." Done talking, Ji Yugan's long spear was raised, suddenly stabbing a spear out, the momentum like a dragon. Luo Jian's face revealed an unprecedented solemnness. Ji Yugan's spear technique was heavy and powerful, with quite the air of a general, and may be rated as experienced and vicious. Luo Jian's figure was akin to a sheet of blank paper under this long spear. It could be torn apart by the wind. However, Luo Jian's Gale wine sword art took the agile route in the first place. He did not clash head-on with Ji Yugan, but moved around him instead. "Yi Yuan, you leave first. I'll hold him," Luo Jian shouted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of moving and said coolly, "This he won't abandon Brother Luo and leave. Brother Luo, feel free to let loose. If Brother Luo perishes, this ye will die together with you." These words were said decisively, without the least bit of hesitation. Yi Yuan's voice entering the ear, Luo Jian was incomparably touched in his heart. Yi Yuan was indeed a sentimental and righteous person. If it were another person, they would have fled long ago. The words greatly roused Luo Jian's spirits. The power of the sword in his hands increasing by a bit. Yi Yuan was merely initial stage grotto profound. The disparity between the two was too great, and he could not intervene at all and could only observe from the sideline. Yi Yuan's strength naturally could not compare to ordinary martial artists. But the current him was unable to cross a major realm to battle like at the Immortal Grove world. Counting the voice of the Dragon G, these trump cards, Yi Yuan's current combat power was also just equivalent to middle stage grotto profound martial artists. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, and Ji Yugan also heaved a sigh in relief. Luo Jian's breakthrough was outside of his expectations. If Yi Yuan wanted to run away, he could certainly kill Luo Jian. But wanting to capture Yi Yuan again would be hard. Chapter 1320, Mutual Defeat. Chapter 1320, Mutual Defeat. Luo Jian, your future is really limitless. Just entering Grand Completion Grotto Profound, and you're already able to fight to this extent with this old man. It's sufficient to be proud. W.A.N. Ji Yugan was also secretly astonished. The height of this Luo Jian's law's comprehension seriously exceeded his expectations. If Luo Jian broke through 10 or 8 years earlier, he might really not necessarily be this Luo Jian's match. But as for now, he was overpowering strongly. Luo Jian was already forced into a dead end. His spear technique was heavy and powerful, but the speed was not slow. Luo Jian's nimbleness was greatly discounted in front of him. Suddenly, W.A.N. Ji Yugan's expression changed. A burst of terrifying sword intent surged towards the sky. Luo Jian's entire person seemed to be burned by fire, his skin becoming wine red. Heaven and earth mutual longevity. In virtually an instant, Luo Jian's entire person's speed and power skyrocketed over tenfold. The originally suppressed Luo Jian actually faintly took the upper hand at this time, his entire person akin to a phantom, charging over towards Ji Yugan. In a blink, the two people exchanged several hundred moves, the speed swift to the extreme. This move was just like a mutual destruction way of fighting. Yi Yuan discerned it. This move was a kind of divine essence burning move, capable of making Luo Jian's strength skyrocket more than tenfold. But this way, it would cause a tremendous burden on his body. Furthermore, with the current fighting intensity, Luo Jian could not last long. If he could not finish off W.N. Ji Yugan, then what awaited the two of them was only death. Brat, although this move is powerful, you'll croak yourself first before defeating me, W.A.N. Ji Yugan said with a cold sneer. Although his pressure was great, for Luo Jian to want to dispose of him within a short time, it could not be done at all. Another sword A.S. Salt W.A.N. Ji Yugan responded with a cold smile. This sword was no different from before. He did not hesitate in the slightest, directly raising his spear and striking. But just as his spear tip was about to touch the long sword, Luo Jian's sword bizarrely disappeared from before his eyes. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's pupils constructed, wanting to react again, but it was already too late. Poochie, poochie. Two sounds of metal entering the flesh sounded out. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's long sword pias said through the chest, toting Luo Jian in the air, while Luo Jian's sword likewise pias said through W.A.N. Ji Yugan's chest. Mutual destruction. Poo work, The two people spewed out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Especially Luo Jian, his golden-colored fresh blood flowed down along the long spear, his appearance very tragic. The Luo Jian hanging on the long spear was already unconscious. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why would that sword just now vanish strangely? But very soon, his gaze revealed a fierce look, frenziedly mustering divine essence, wanting to rotate the long spear. He wanted to grind Luo Jian's innards to pieces. But right at this time, a cold light flashed by. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped perfectly, not giving W.A.N. Ji Yugan the opportunity to deal the killing blow. Even though W.A.N. Ji Yugan was very strong, he was not yet powerful to the extent where he did not fear Yi Yuan's attack. Fine sword art. It's too bad that you're still too unskilled. W.A.N. Ji Yugan gave a fierce cry. There was no time to rotate the spear, directly extending a leg and kicking Luo Jian flying. This kick was powerful and heavy, directly kicking Luo Jian flying out several tens of thousands of feet away. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's movements were extremely agile. The long spear swung and already pointed towards Yi Yuan. In W.A.N. Ji Yugan's view, with his strength, even if seriously injured, killing Yi Yuan was merely the matter of a move. But right then, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's gaze turned intent. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded out. After arriving at the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan unleashed the voice of the dragon G.O.D for the first time. Accurately speaking, it should be the first time Yi Yuan exhibited the voice of the dragon G.O.D after breaking through to deity realm. In the immortal Grove world, he was able to muster the power of heavenly Tao. Killing people was just a matter of flicking a finger and did not need to use the voice of the dragon G.O.D at all. However, the Yi Yuan who broke through to deity realm unleashed H.I. Plus in the voice of the dragon G.O.D was already totally different from before. The limitation of realms made Yi Yuan completely unable to unleash the true power of this move. His dragon soul awakening directly comprehended the first level of the voice of the dragon G.O.D. But due to the limitations of realm, he could only unleash the entry-level power of this move. Furthermore, he could only persist 2 to 3 breaths of time. But now, his limitations were much fewer. This voice of the dragon G.O.D move was at the boundary of first-level grand completion. Leaping realms to battle was no object. If W.A.N. Ji Yugan was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not do anything to him. But now it was just perfect. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, being shocked by this move until he bled from the 7 orifices. Especially that wound. Under the catalyzing of the voice of the dragon G.O.D, it enlarged abruptly, golden fresh blood spraying forth like a fountain. The battle results which Luo Jian exchanged with his life as the price. Yi Yuan could not waste it no matter what. 10 breaths. This was the limit that Yi Yuan could achieve at present. Anymore, and Yi Yuan would not have strength left over to escape anymore. The disparity between him and W.A.N. Ji Yugan was too great, and he could not kill him at all. Being able to pile on injuries on top of injuries was already the limit. In the next instant, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, grabbing Luo Jian and speeding away into the distance. Old fogey, today's grudge, this Yi has remembered it. Your dog head will dwell on your body for the time being. Yi Yuan will definitely come to take it one day. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared in W.A.N. Ji Yugan's line of sight, those cold words of Yi Yuan's reverberating in the air. W.A.N. Ji Yugan's complexion was deathly pale. He did not think that the initial stage grotto profound Yi Yuan actually had such a formidable ace in the hole. The heaven and earth laws contained in this level of sound wave attack was too terrifying. If Yi Yuan's strength was a little stronger, he would definitely have to meet his end here today. W.A.N. Ji Yugan knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemist, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so strong. Just based on this move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to sweep across opponents of the same level already. Even middle-stage grotto profound martial artists might not be Yi Yuan's match either. Only late-stage grotto profound powerhouses could steadily win Yi Yuan. Today's matter looked like Luo Jian saving Yi Yuan. Actually, looking from another angle, it was still Yi Yuan saving himself. If not for him helping Luo Jian to break through, even if Luo Jian exhausted all of his trump cards, he could not possibly hurt him too. That move just now was clearly a demon race's supreme martial technique. He is a human. How could he know that martial technique? W.A.N. Ji Yugan consumed a medicinal pill, his gaze full of wariness. His chest had a large hole torn open, looking incomparably grim. The wound that Luo Jian caused was merely the width of a sword. But Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon Ji, forcefully ripped open a large hole in his wound. Except, even though the injuries were severe, it was not sufficient to be life-threatening. Wanting to kill a deity realm powerhouse was very difficult. 3 days later, W.A.N. Ji Yugan's injuries were finally brought under control. He took out a talisman and slowly opened his mouth and said, "The situation has changed. The ambush failed. Send out second elder, third elder. That child absolutely can't be left alive." Finished talking. The talisman emitted a blinding light, vanish. H.I. plusing in the air. While at this time, Yi Yuan brought heavily wounded and dying Luo Jian and already escaped several tens of thousands of miles away. Chapter 1321, Sharing Weal and Woe. Chapter 1321, Sharing Weal and Woe at the W.A.N. G family manor. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo's face was filled with dark clouds. He did not expect that fourth elder personally making a move actually failed to kill Yi Yuan. About fourth elder's strength, he was all too clear. Even though Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, in front of fourth elder, it was completely not enough to look at. However, fourth elder actually failed. If he did not wait until those two people came, then forget it. But fourth elder actually turned to the family to request for help. That explained that they had definitely exchanged blows before. The result was that those two people ran away. This matter was definitely very troublesome. Otherwise, fourth elder absolutely would not turn to the family to ask for help. It was just that W.A.N. Ji Lingbo could not figure it out no matter what. A Luo Jian plus a Yi Yuan, on what basis to be able to make it so difficult for fourth elder? Lingbo, what are you finding the two of us old fellows for? A lean elder walked into. That was the W.A.N. Ji family's second elder, W.A.N. Ji Yutao. Behind him even followed a person. It was precisely the W.A.N. Ji family's third elder, W.A.N. Ji Human. These two people were similarly grand completion grotto, profound experts. Their strengths were even a notch above W.A.N. Ji Yugan's. The moment W.A.N. Ji Lingbo saw the two people, he recounted Yi Yuan's affairs in haste. "Uncles, if we allow this child to carry on growing, it will likely be very hard for my W.G. family to have a foothold in Jewel Hill City anymore. Uncles, please take action. You must cut this boy down in the Yin Den," W.A.N. Ji Lingbo said with a solemn expression. Hearing the sequence of events of the matter, W.A.N. Ji Yutao also had a solemn expression as he said, "Even though our Jewel Hill City is Heavenly Emperor Fu Feng's territory, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's fame is too great. We can suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower and fight for the greatest benefits. but we can't really lose all decorum with them. But this Yi Yuan indeed can't be left alive. This time, it's the best time to kill him. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo nodded and said, I think so as well. Once he returns to Jewel Hill City, or Yang Rue learns about this matter, we'd have no way of making a move anymore. W.A.N. Ji Yutao said, Old Third, let's go through the trouble and make a trip and eliminate this troublesome fellow for the W.A.N.G. family. I'll listen to second brother. W.A.N. Jiuman did not say much and was concise to the point. Hey, are you dead? Sit up, and let me take a look if you didn't die. Seeing Luo Jian open both eyes, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan also lowered his guard towards Luo Jian. When talking, it also became much more casual. He knew that Luo Jian was already not in jeopardy. That was why he would talk like that. Currently, a month's time already passed, said since leaving the city. In order to treat Luo Jian's injuries, Yi Yuan expended a huge price. The divine-grade healing medicinal pills that he refined were also pretty much depleted. The effects of low-grade Tier 1 healing divine pills were still a little minor on Luo Jian's wounds. Hence, Yi Yuan could only use numbers to make up for it. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was full of divine-grade medicinal pills on him. The medicinal effects were very strong. That was how it saved Luo Jian's life. If it were others being so seriously injured, they would die without a doubt. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up, looking at Yi Yuan in amazement. It was you who saved me, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Are there still others here? But my injuries, Luo Jian was very clear about his injuries. When he suffered grievous injuries with W.A.N. Jiugan back then, he already harbored the resolve to die. He wanted to severely wound W.A.N. Jiugan with death as the price and create an opportunity for Yi Yuan to escape. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, half-jokingly, Between you and I shouldn't have that kind of life-and-death relations. H.I. plus P yet, right? You just stupidly perished together with him? Luo Jian said, I owe Tower Lord a life. He made me protect you at all costs. If I die, this life will be returned to him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Is your life so worthless? Now, you've also died earlier already, and then I've helped you return your life to him. Luo Jian choked, faintly sensing that something was not quite right, but did not know how he should refute. This time, he had indeed made a trip to and from the gates of H.E.O. Yi Yuan's words had no problem, it just sounded somewhat weird. Oh, making a joke, don't think that much. Your injuries have just healed, you still need lots of rest. But we've already delayed a very long time. We can only grudgingly get on the road. Yi Yuan patted his shoulders and said smilingly. Yi Yuan knew that this guy was an enigma. Beating with a bamboo pole could not force anything out, very boring. But this guy was indeed loyal enough, putting his own life on the line for a favor back then. This kind of person was worth getting to know. Luo Jian frowned and said, You saved me. Then what about that W.A.N. Jiugan? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, He isn't injured lightly too. But to recover his strength, it's got to take more than half a month too. At this time, he might already be on the way to the Inwen Den to block us. Luo Jian's gaze turned intent, keenly catching some information from Yi Yuan's words. He knew the power of his sword. Even though powerful, it was absolutely not fatal. Resting for a few days, and it was basically able to recover already. But Yi Yuan said that he required over half a month's time to recuperate. Could it be that his sword stabbed a critical point? Or it was caused by Yi Yuan? Thinking back, he was penetrated on the long spear. If Yi Yuan did not make a move, it was absolutely impossible to save him. Luo Jian was taken aback with fright by this judgment of his. Even if W.A.N. Jiugan was severely injured by him, he was also absolutely not what Yi Yuan could hurt. However, what was going on? An initial stage Grotto Profound was able to harm Grand Completion Grotto Profound? Luo Jian instantly felt that he was somewhat fluid. Teared. Hey, thinking about what? Yi Yuan patted the dazed Luo Jian. Luo Jian abruptly startled awake, but said, "Our mounts were already killed by W.N. Ji Yuan. How'd it go?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's easy. You wait here for me. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan's figure moved rapidly. Vanis. H.I. Plussing in Luo Jian's vision in a blink of an eye. Around an hour's time, said. Luo Jian was suddenly startled. Dust was kicking up in the distance. Two powerful auras were H.I. Plussing over to this side. These two auras were the auras of divine beasts. Luo Jian had long discovered that this place was adjacent to the myriad beast forest. It was all too normal to have divine beasts run out. In his current state, it was impossible to deal with a divine beast. Luo Jian was just about to turn tail and run, but suddenly discovered that a demonic beast, a person was actually riding there. Yi Yuan. This guy used an hour and tamed two divine beasts? Luo Jian's eye, stared like wide saucers. He did not think that the method Yi Yuan said was actually this. These were two Cloud Soul Sound rending leopard, their speed extremely swift, arriving in front of Luo Jian in a blink of an eye. One of the Cloud Soul Sound rending leopard was precisely that one that besieged Yi Yuan the last time. Only then did Luo Jian suddenly recall that Yi Yuan had once said before whatever beast-taming art at the W and G family. At that back, Yi Yuan even revealed dragon pressure. This way, the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body must be exceptionally powerful. Luo Jian suddenly discovered that the secrets on Yi Yuan were seriously too many. Now one each. They're much more convenient to work with than the flying dragon colts. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Chapter 1322. Overbearingly blocking the path. Chapter 1322. Overbearingly blocking the path. The three of you. Come here. A guard-looking martial artist was shouting to the three martial artists who were about to enter the Win Denver. Those three martial artists' expressions changed. The martial artist in the lead said unhappily, "What for?" The guard shouted coldly, "The three of you, put your palms on it." Humph. Who the H.E.L. are you all? You ask us to put, and we'll put? If you don't put, then we'll help you put. What a joke. The three of us brothers had entered this Win Den no less than 100 times already, and had never seen before such a rude request. Who the H.E.L. are you guys to actually dare be so arrogant? Who we are. You all don't need to care. Just comply, that will do. Then what if we don't do it? Before long, those three people obediently put their palms on that instrument. Very soon, the instrument gave off a green light. The guard shot the three of them a cold glance and said, "Scram, if you did it long ago, wouldn't you have dispensed with physical pain?" The three people did not dare to refute, leaving angrily. At this time, over 10 people were gathered outside the Win Den, like a checkpoint was set up. All who wanted to enter the Win Den must go through that instruments check. This group of guards was naturally the W. A. N. G family's men after changing attires. Such overbearing actions, they naturally did not dare admit that they were members of the W. and G family. Second brother, is this method reliable? What if that boy sees our lineup and gets frightened away? W.A.N. Ji Yugan asked W.A.N. Ji Yutao. W.A.N. Ji Yutao said coolly, "Relax, Yuman cut off his way back. Unless he doesn't want the night, twill GRA. Otherwise, he definitely has to enter the Win Denver." The first time that boy did when he left seclusion was to find a land of dead spirits. This shows that this place is very important to him. He'll definitely come. W.N. Jiugan said, "I'm worried. No idea what kind of reaction Yang Rue will have if he knows about this matter." Jiu Tao laughed coldly and said, "If he's already dead, what reaction can he have? Put your heart back into your stomach. We arranged many hidden sentries along the way. and that boy got 2 Cloud Soul Sound, rending Leopard as mounts from no idea where, and is already headed over here. But that kid is indeed quite troublesome. Our hidden sentries had just discovered him and were already disposed of. W.A.N. Jiugan deeply felt that way too and said, yeah, I also didn't think that not only is that kid a master of alchemy, but he's also even a martial arts expert. If not for his realm being too low, I probably couldn't see second brother anymore. Thinking about it now, W.A.N. Jiugan also felt lingering fear. Luo Jian's and Yi Yuan's might greatly exceeded his imaginations. At that time, he knew that he most likely could not take care of these 2 people by himself. That was why he would seek help from the family. W.A.N. Jiu Tao came over very quickly and even brought the auxiliary model profound divine artifact, a spectroscope. This spectroscope was able to identify the martial artist's divine soul. As long as there was an item that the other party used before, it would do. This thing was naturally out of fear that Yi Yuan would change his looks and slip by. Behind a pile of debris, 2 people's heads were ducked down. Luo Jian's expression was solemn as he said, the W.N. G family laid down an inescapable net, just waiting for us to collide onto the spear tip. Didn't expect that even the spectroscope was deployed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in order to kill me, the W.A.N. G family actually brought out such a civ lineup, truly thinking highly of this Yi. Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan's indifferent expression and could not help saying gloomily, you can still smile? The hidden sentries that we disposed of along the way were already 7 or 8 of them. I reckon that they should have guessed that we've already arrived here. Speaking of this, Luo Jian was impressed by Yi Yuan to the max. Along the way, all of the hidden sentries were all discovered by Yi Yuan. No matter how concealed those people hid, they all could not escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. This guy was simply a freak. If not for the case, the W.A.N. G family would probably wait here in hopes that a hare would kill itself by cross. Plussing into a tree trunk, but directly go over to encircle and suppress. It was precisely because they finished off those hidden sentries that they were able to secretly lay low in the vicinity of the Yin Denver. Why can't I smile? I'm really not scared of things blowing up. Since they came to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to be counter-killed by me. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Counter-kill? Are you joking? Last time was W.A.N. Jiugan not being prepared. That's how we succeeded. This time, he even called over W.A.N. Jiu Tao. That W.A.N. Jiu Tao's strength is even a notch above W.A.N. Jiugan's. Yi Yuan, we'd better return to Jewel Hill City and seek help from Tower Lord. Along the way, Luo Jian himself also did not become conscious that his words with Yi Yuan became more and more. He was still that callous Luo Jian. But facing Yi Yuan, he could not be unfeeling no matter what. The brotherhood established after sharing life and death was so miraculous. Hearing Luo Jian's words, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's too late. Moreover, returning for help now, it will definitely be what the W.N. G family hopes for. If my conjectures are right, the way back is long cut off by them already. Being cut off was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Yuan really could not afford a delay. Originally, there were less than 3 months' time left. Now, 1.5 months had already been used up along the way, and only a month's time was left. This to and fro, he could afford to wait, but Mu Lingxue could not. Luo Jian's expression changed, and he said, so, what then? Yi Yuan said, your injuries are not yet fully healed. Find a place to hide and wait outside for me. I'll go in alone. Absolutely not. Putting aside that you can't clear the W.A.N. G family, that hurdle, even if you clear it, the evil spirits inside are also not what you can deal with. I know that your strength is much stronger than it looks on the surface, but the evil spirits in this Yin Den are far stronger than you imagine. Luo Jian immediately rejected this suggestion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, could it be that I'll send myself to death? Rather, you believe that a traitor arose in a myriad treasure tower now, right?" Luo Jian's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's words really hit the mark. Want to utilize the spectroscope? There must be an item that the person used day to day. Very clearly, if there wasn't the myriad treasure tower's internal staff, this spectroscope had no way to be used at all. Being able to obtain Yi Yuan's and Luo Jian's day-to-day items, this person's position in the myriad treasure tower was quite high. Luo Jian gritted his teeth and said, "If I find out who it is, I'll definitely tear him limb from limb." Luo Jian was a straightforward type. Facing opponents, he could throw his life. But if he was stabbed in the back by his own, he would really be aggrieved to the extreme. Originally, this trip could have been calm and tranquil. Who would have expected that so many unforeseen events would be added? If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead man now. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, you'll definitely have a chance. When we return to the myriad treasure tower, we'll naturally have to settle this score properly. I'm going." Luo Jian raised his head and looked. His pupils involuntarily shrunk. He discovered that the flesh on Yi Yuan's face gave off a series of bizarre transformation, and he actually became another person. At the same time, Yi Yuan's entire disposition also underwent a Civ transformation, about the same as those martial artists who entered the Yin Wind Den. Chapter 1323, Spectroscope Broke. Chapter 1323, Spectroscope Broke. Luo Jian smiled bitterly and said, "It's no use. Unless you can disguise the divine soul. Otherwise, even if your face-altering skill is any more powerful, it can't hide from the spectroscope too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You just watch." Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered over towards the W.A.N.G. family's checkpoint just like this. Oh! When a house guard saw Yi Yuan come over, he immediately stopped him. Yi Yuan had a panic-stricken expression as he said, "What do you all want to do?" I don't have divine essence stones on me." The house guard glared and said, "Who wants your divine essence stones? Go over, put your hand on that instrument." Oh, that's easy. That is easy." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately running over and placing his palm on it. Amidst the rubble, Luo Jian stared at this scene unblinkingly, his heart leaping to his throat. To Luo Jian, he had never encountered an incident that made him palpitate with anxiety and fear like this before. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he revealed a look of incredulity. The spectroscope actually gave off a green light. How is this possible? Luo Jian muttered to himself, being dumbstruck with astonishment by this scene. He had never seen before that the spectroscope would fail. No, wait, not failed, but made a blunder in judgment. The spectroscope emitting a green light indicated that the divine soul imprint on the item did not match, while a blue color represented the person himself. Now, the spectroscope became green color, meaning that it made an error in judgment. No wonder Yi Yuan was so confident. It turned out that he really had the ability to pass through the spectroscope's detection. When Yi Yuan pressed toward the spectroscope, W.A.N.G. Tao and W.A.N.G. Yugan both involuntarily looked at him. However, they did not become suspicious. Yi Yuan's performance was not much different from ordinary bottom-level martial artists. Martial artists who came to the Yin Wind Den were mostly living at the lowest rung. Otherwise, who would be willing to take part in this kind of life-risking transaction? Yi Yuan's appearance of viewing divine essence stones like his life directly dispelled their suspicions. When seeing the spectroscope become green color, they no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Yuan. A bunch of ignorant fools to actually use such junk in front of this old man, truly overestimating its ability. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness came Dustless's disdainful cold snort, as if using this spectroscope to inspect Yi Yuan's divine soul was a very insulting thing to him. Those in the same profession were foes. These words were not false at all. Who was he, Dustless? That was the ancestor of playing with divine souls. A mere profound divine artifact was really inadequate to look at when placed before him. In front of an Empyrean spirit treasure, this spectroscope was also not much different from child's toy. Huh, these guys also don't know that I still have a great divinity like you on me. Yi Yuan secretly showered Dustless with flattery. Dustless snorted coldly and said, "Such a junk. If this old man wants it to become green, it will become green. Make it become blue, it will have to become blue. Make it become yellow, it will still have to become yellow." Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Then can Senior make it become blue in a while?" Dustless said, "What's difficult about this? Are you thinking of luring them in?" Yi Yuan said, "That's right. If didn't make the W, A, N, G family suffer a bit of a loss, they would really think that this young master is easy to need." Dustless was also very moved by this suggestion and said, "That's easy. I'll do the tampering." In the real world, Yi Yuan lightly lifted his hand away and asked the house guard with a startled appearance, It's fine already, right?" The house guard had an impatient look and waved his hand and said, "Get lost then." Yi Yuan smiled fawningly and ran like flying. Seeing Yi Yuan pass through the checkpoint smoothly, Luo Jian finally let out a sigh in relief. But regarding Yi Yuan entering the Yin Den alone, he was still rather worried. He did not wait at the arranged place according to Yi Yuan's instructions, but waited to see in the rubble pile. Not long after Yi Yuan entered the Yin Den, there was another batch of martial artists who wanted to enter the Yin Denver. As usual, they were naturally stopped by the W, N, G family. But when the first martial artist put his hand on it, a strange thing happened. "Blue, it's him." That house guard shouted loudly and was about to take action. That martial artist had a blank look, completely unaware of what was happening. "This elder brother, are you all mistaken? Us 7 brothers are known as the Yin 7 heroes, mucking around in the Yin Den all year round. How can I possibly be the person that you're finding?" That martial artist had also seen before a great spectacle. He did not attack, but opened his mouth to explain unhurriedly. "Yeah, this lord of 7 brothers are also considered to have some minor fame in Jewel Hill City. Quite a few people recognize us. Are you all mistaken?" said another person among the 7 people. How can what the spectroscope detect possibly be wrong?" "Surrender obediently without resistance." The house guard said. The W, A, N, G family's people already surrounded the Yin 7 heroes at this time. As long as they dared to move, they would immediately make a move to destroy them. Seeing the spectroscope become blue, W, A, N, Jiu Tao, and W, A, and Jiu Gan were also greatly roused in spirits. But hearing that martial artist's explanation, he could not help becoming somewhat suspicious. The name Yin 7 heroes, W, A, N, Jiu Tao had really heard before. These 7 people's strength, they were not weak. They were fooling around at the Yin Den all year round, and even sold natural treasures to the W, A, N, G family before. The Yin 7 heroes boss, Chong Liang, said carefully, "This lord, let's not attack first. Perhaps there's really something wrong with the spectroscope." The house guard was just about to speak when W, A, N, Jiu Tao divided the crowd and came in. He looked at Chong Liang and said with tightly knitted brows, "You're the Yin 7 heroes boss, Chong Liang?" The moment Chong Liang heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Precisely so. This lord, us 7 brothers examine our hearts that we have not offended your excellency before. I wonder this." W, N, Jiu Tao's brows furrowed even tighter, and he said, "You put your hand on it again and try." Chong Liang knew that this one in front of him was formidable and did not dare to disobey, putting his hand on it as per his words. Green color. Chong Liang's expression loosened up, and he said with clasped hands, "Your Excellency, indeed a mistake, right?" W, A, N, Jiu Tao ignored him and said to the other 6 people, "You all put your hands on it." The few people exchanged glances. Chong Liang glared and said in a low voice, still in a daze for what? Didn't hear what this lord said? The 6 people were startled and quickly put their hands on the spectroscope one by one. Yellow color, purple color, azure color, blue color, red color. Each one that put on it, W-A-N. Ji Yutao's complexion became a shade blacker. Chong Liang's cold sweat was pouring by the side, fearing of angering this lord. Clearly, this one had already reached the brink of eruption. He only hoped not to innocently get involved in a disaster due to others. The last one put his hand on it. W-A-N. Ji Yutao's expression became even more unbelievably fascinating. Various colors of light flickered incessantly and actually emitted a multicolored light. Pucci. Suddenly, a cloud of azure smoke emanated from the spectroscope. Destroyed. The surroundings were dead silent. No one dared to speak. The last member of the Wind 7 heroes was frightened until he trembled all over, completely did not understand what happened. Chapter 13:24. Yi Yuan's Provocation. Chapter 13:24. Yi Yuan's Provocation. What's going on? W-N. Ji Yuan had a stunned look, uncertain why the perfectly fine spectroscope would have this kind of thing happen. But W-A-N. Ji Yutao's expression changed, and he suddenly turned around, looking in the direction of the Wind Denver. It must be that punk just now. We were all fooled by him. W-N. Ji Yutao reacted very quickly, furious until he thumped his chest and stomped his feet. However, it was already too late. The current Yi Yuan was long gone already. The Wind Den extended in all directions. Wanting to catch Yi Yuan was too difficult. Second brother, what on earth is going on? W-N. Ji Yuan had yet to react and asked. W-A-N. Ji Yutao's face fell, and he said, if I didn't guess wrongly, this spectroscope was definitely spoiled by that punk who went in previously. That punk was definitely the Yi Yuan after altering his looks. W-A-N. Ji Yuan was stunned and said, that's impossible, right? When the spectroscope was testing, he was clearly a green color. W-A-N. Ji Yutao shot him a glance like looking at an idiot and said, still spectroscope? This spectroscope is merely a joke in front of that kid. No idea what method that punk used either, breaking the spectroscope. He's provoking us here. W-A-N. Ji Yutao was livid with rage and wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. Not only did this guy slip away from under their eyelids, he even broke the W-A-N. G family's profound divine artifact. Even though this place was the heaven-span world, profound divine artifact, this sort of thing was absolutely not some run-of-the-mill good. The average deity realm powerhouse did not have divine artifacts at all. An ordinary profound divine essence was worth at the very least several 100,000 low-grade divine essence stones too. And this spectroscope belonged to the auxiliary type divine artifact. The price was even more ridiculous, close to 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. Hearing W-A-N. Ji Yutao said so. W-A-N. Ji Yuan finally came to his senses. Thinking about it, it was clearly that this possibility was the greatest. Second brother, you're saying that the kid deliberately broke the spectroscope to disgust us? Otherwise, he could clearly go inside quietly, but broke the spectroscope. He's clearly telling us that he has already gone in, and that if you all have the capabilities, come and catch me. What is this if it's not taunting us? W-A-N. Ji Yutao said furiously. Anger was anger, but W-A-N. Ji Yutao was still extremely shocked in his heart. The spectroscope was not what anybody could spoil. Even if you let a heaven-glimpsed deity realm powerhouse come, it was also impossible for him to spoil the spectroscope under the circumstances of not making a sound. Moreover, breaking it, this spectroscope actually changed into all sorts of colors. If not for 7 people coming in one go, they might have made a Civ blunder today. This Second brother, then what should we do now? W. A. N. Ji Yuan was also rather fluid tiered. He discovered that Yi Yuan's methods emerged in endless streams. He was like a porcupine, making them unable to bite down. The W. N. G family's initial most judgment of Yi Yuan was that his pill refining talent was very high, but did not think that he also had such frightening talent in martial arts. Furthermore, he even seemed to have very deep ties with the demon race. Such an opponent really made their heads hurt to the extreme. W. A. N. Ji Yutao swept a fierce glare. While staring at the Yin Wind 7 heroes, he roared, "What are you looking at? Still not scramming for me?" Chong Liang and the rest behaved like they were granted amnesty, running away like a puff of smoke. This Chong Liang was a middle-stage grotto profound powerhouse too, his strength uncommon. But in front of W. A. N. Ji Yutao, it was not enough to look at all. How could he dare to provoke the other party? Big brother, what the H? Hell is going on here? Along the way, a brother asked Chong Liang. Chong Liang saw that they had walked far away. That was why he said softly, "The W. and G family is catching no idea who." But don't know why. He smoked his way through. Not only did he slip through, he even broke their spectroscope. You say, can they not be furious? Everyone was tongue-tied when they heard. Big brother, how did you know that was the W. A. N. G family's people? Chong Liang said, I've met W. A. N. Ji Yutao once before, but we're minor characters. He doesn't remember me. That's all. Goodness gracious, the W. A. N. G family put out such a grand lineup and even deployed the spectroscope. Wonder who they are catching? A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Chong Liang's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, who else can they be capturing? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's most likely that Myriad Treasure Tower's newly ascended guest alchemist. To be able to make the W. A. N. G family take up arms like so, there's also only him. Really have no idea what background this guest alchemist has. Not only is his alchemy skills unparalleled, he can actually even spoil the spectroscope unbeknownst to G. O.D. and ghosts. Truly remarkable. Turns out, Chong Liang had been feigning ignorance all along. He had long known that the other party was the W. A. N. G family's people and even guessed that they were here to capture Yi Yuan. This sort of martial artist who flopped around at the bottom was much more tactful and slippery than ordinary people. If they exposed the W. A. N. G family's true colors previously, they would probably have no way of leaving alive anymore. But at this time, Chong Liang was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan, this person whom he had never met. To be able to toy with the entire W. and G family in the palm of his hand, there was likely only him, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower's Yang Rue and W. A. N. G family fought for so long and did not gain any advantage at all. But honestly speaking, the divine essence pill that alchemist refined really have nothing to say about the quality. It's much better than the W. A. N. G families, said another brother. Chong Liang nodded and said, I also bought a few by pulling strings the last time. The quality is indeed excellent. If not for the case, the W. A. N. G family would not go through such great troubles either. If I were W. A. N. G Lingbo, I'd also want to eliminate for good. Only when he saw Chong Liang and the rest went away did W. N. Ji Yutao said icily, Yugan, immediately notify Yuman. Have him hurry to the Yin Wind Den. He'll guard outside, we'll all go in. Isn't he provoking us? Then this old man will let him see the price of provoking the W. A. N. G family. Humph. Entering the Yin Wind Den, Yi Yuan felt a series of Yin Wind blow from the depths of the cave, making him involuntarily shudder. He hurriedly revolved his bloodline power, instantly blocking this gust of Yin Wind outside. The dragon race's vitality was very powerful. For ordinary Yin wind to want to corrode Yi Yuan, it really could not be done. In this peripheral, the human martial artists who went in and out were really quite a few. But the further in you go, the lesser the people. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream. An evil spirit rushed out of the corner, biting towards Yi Yuan. The bite of an evil spirit targeted the divine soul, very hard to defend against. When newbies enter the Yin Wind Den, if they did not have veterans leading, it was very easy to fall for it. But when Yi Yuan saw that evil spirit, he was very spurred on. Those eyes were glossy and green, like a starving wolf. Came right on time. This young master is already unable to hold back my hunger and thirst. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and welcomed it. Creak. Yi Yuan's claw extended out strangely, directly grabbing that evil spirit in his hand, like pinching his vital point. That evil spirit only had time to emit a miserable cry and was subdued by Yi Yuan. Senior, your turn, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Still need you, kid, to teach me. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly activated. A surge of soul vortex opened up with Yi Yuan as the center. That evil spirit was directly gobbled up by the vortex. Chapter 1325, Kid, new here, right? Chapter 1325, Kid, new here, right? How does it feel? Too weak. This evil spirit is merely initial stage 1 star, even not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth at all. This, senior, your appet. 1. T is also a bit too big, right? Bullsh asterisk T. The soul-suppressing pearl is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Even if you catch a few 4-star, 5-star evil spirits, it's also not enough for this old man to digest. Fine. What on earth should I do then? Late stage 1-star evil spirits, and have got to be 3 to 500 no matter what. Senior, this is daylight robbery. How long can 3 to 500 last? Barely enough for 10 years. If I can devour a 2-star evil spirit, I can last 100 years. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said huffily, Do you think that I can get you a 2-star evil spirit right now? If I really run into one, whether it is you devouring him or him swallowing me up is hard to say. I'm just saying. But if I can really devour a 2-star evil spirit, I'll be able to help you cultivate the divine soul and advance the divine soul realm, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, having his heart palpitate with eagerness by Dustless's sentence. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan's divine soul cultivating means we're somewhat failing to make ends meet. The medicine D Soul Canon was just an incomplete article. It could help Yi Yuan cultivate to grand completion tier 9, but somewhat lacked the strength to carry on. Want to walk even further along the alchemy path? One must have a systematic divine soul cultivation method. In this aspect, the soul-suppressing pearl was clearly an expert. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of his main cultivation method. After reincarnating, what Yi Yuan had always been cultivating was the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. In the Immortal Grove region, the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was a pinnacle-most cultivation method and could be cultivated all the way to Origin Deity Realm. But to the current Yi Yuan, this cultivation method was clearly unable to satisfy his ambitions already. Looks like everything has to start from scratch, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Dustless said, Immortal Grove's cultivation method is imprinted inside the world-suppressing steel. His cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing steel and is one of the best cultivation methods in the Heavenspan world. If he didn't fall, he might have been able to become a transcendent heavenly emperor. Transcendent heavenly emperor? Yi Yuan asked wonderingly. In Transcendent Heavenly Emperor. Actually, it's peak Heavenly Emperor, the most powerful existence beneath Tao Ancestor. Immortal Grove's cultivation method is sufficient for you to cultivate to becoming a transcendent Heavenly Emperor. Dustless explained. Only NPW was Yi Yuan enlightened. According to Dustless's way of saying things, The cultivation method that Immortal Grove comprehended could be said to be a top-rate cultivation method of the Heavenspan world already. After all, in the Heavenspan world, it was totally impossible to cultivate to the Tao Ancestor realm. Achieving Transcendent Heavenly Emperor was already the greatest possibility. However, Yi Yuan fell silent. He mused for a moment and said, "Senior, you said Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was comprehended from the world-suppressing steel?" Dustless said with a cold smile, "Ha, your heart is also a bit too big. Reaching the Heavenspan world now, you should know the difficulties of cultivating above deity realm. To actually not have given up on the boundary of Tao Ancestor yet?" Yi Yuan asking like this. Dustless naturally knew what Yi Yuan was trying to do straight away. But these words were filled with mockery towards Yi Yuan, ridiculing that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Senior, I know that reaching the Tao Ancestor realm is as hard as ascending to heaven, but the Transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm is utterly meaningless to me. If I want to save Lingxue, I must cultivate to the Tao Ancestor realm. Isn't that so?" But Dustless said with a cold snort, "Compared to cultivating to Tao Ancestor realm, this old man still feels that asking a Tao Ancestor for help is a little more reliable. If you're really able to cultivate to Transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm, you'll have the qualifications to ask a Tao Ancestor for help." But Yi Yuan said stubbornly, "This doesn't clash with cultivating to Tao Ancestor realm." Dustless choked up and could not help being speechless. Only after a long time did Dustless say, "Fine then, this world-suppressing steel was actually obtained by chance by Immortal Grove back then at the Heavenspan Mountain. Incredibly marvelous. It's akin to a limitless treasure trove. When Immortal Grove just obtained it, it was just an ordinary piece of rock. Later, Immortal Grove continuously developed it, while its grade also continued to increase. When Immortal Grove cultivated to Empyrean realm, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure." Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the world-suppressing steel's background was actually so great. The Heavenspan Mountain's might, Yi Yuan already learned of it from Dustless and Kunwa's mouth. World-suppressing steel. Turns out it was a piece of rock on the Heavenspan Mountain. In this case, the world-suppressing steel completely doesn't need to be sanctified. It only needs to be developed continuously, and it can advance into a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless said, "In theory, it's like this." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, when Senior devours enough evil spirits, I'll enter inside the world-suppressing steel and comprehend my own Tao." Dustless was speechless. He discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a stubborn donkey. Once he decided on a matter, he could not be pulled back no matter how one pulled. It was like this back then in the turbulent spatial flow. Now it was still like this. Elder brothers, I wonder where there are more late-stage one-star evil spirits in this Yin Den. Yi Yuan wandered inside the Yin Den for a long time and discovered that most of them here were all some mortal-grade evil spirits. Occasionally, he could run into initial stage one-star evil spirits. These evil spirits were completely useless to Dustless. Yi Yuan discovered that this place expanded in all directions. Wanting to find late-stage one-star evil spirits was too difficult, and he could only seek help from others. The few people turned around. Seeing Yi Yuan's cultivation, they could not refrain from looking at him with a gaze like looking at a fool. "Kid, new here, right? Your bit of strength. Better wander around the outer ring. This place is already close to the danger zone. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between the evil spirit's teeth." Chang Liang said. This group of people was precisely the Yin 7 heroes who were shot while lying down at the peripheral. After the 7 people came in, they headed straight for the danger zone. The 7 of them mucked around here all year round and were incomparably familiar with the Yin Den. Whenever there were powerful evil spirits, there would be natural treasures. They had this assumption in their hearts. As for the W-A-N-G family, although their strengths were powerful, They were really not familiar with this place. Chang Liang also did not expect that they would run into Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Elder brothers, you all should be very familiar with this place, right?" He saw that these few people's gazes were very clear-cut, not like him, anyhow running around like a headless fly. He knew that these few people should be regulars of this place. Chang Liang's brows furrowed, and he said, "The 7 of us are called the Wind 7 Heroes. Do you think we're familiar with this place or not? Kid, we still have to go search for natural treasures and have no time to be long-winded with you. If you don't want to die, wander around this neighborhood and see if you have the luck to pick up something that was missed out or not." Regarding Chang Liang's sincere advice, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously at all. What was important was that Chang Liang they all were familiar with this place. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder brother and the others, since you all are familiar with this place, then bring me to go find late-stage 1-star evil spirits. As long as I find the place, I'll give you all 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones as commission. How's that?" Chapter 1326, 7 Heroes Betting. Chapter 1326, 7 Heroes Betting 5,000 divine essence stones. Chang Liang's gaze turned intent, and he drew a cold breath. To them, 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not some small figure. Even though all of the members of the Wind 7 Heroes, their strengths were uncommon, spending as long as several years in the Wind Den, the divine essence stones added up for the 7 people would not exceed this sum either. But Yi Yuan's opening offer was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was just leading the way. These 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones were earned too easily. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "That's right. Here are 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Take it as a deposit. As long as you all bring me to gather up 500 late-stage 1-star evil spirits, the remaining 4,000 low-grade divine essence stones, I'll pay up the sum in full." Yi Yuan helped the Myriad Treasure Tower create such a large profit. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally would not treat him shabbily. Low-grade divine essence stones. Yi Yuan naturally took whatever he pleased. As long as it was not too overboard, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not say anything. 5 to 500. Chang Liang was speechless. This boy was really hell-bent on shocking people to death with words. Over 500 late-stage 1-star evil spirits. Even the average Grand Completion Grotto Profound did not dare to easily engage head-on either. An initial stage Grotto Profound kid actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Chang Liang suddenly felt several strange gazes coming from behind him. No need to turn back, and he also knew that those few brothers probably had killing intent aroused. In this place, killing people to seize treasures was all too normal. Yi Yuan's opening move was 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. The divine essence stones he was carrying on him were probably far more than this figure. As long as they killed Yi Yuan, then the divine essence stones on him were all theirs. Compared to leading the way, they were clearly more willing to clean away the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan. Actually, it was not just his 6 brothers who had killing intent aroused. Even Chang Liang himself also had killing intent aroused. But he, Chang Liang, was able to hang around in the Wind Den for so long because he was cautious by nature. He could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to be completely clueless about his brother's killing intent, like he was completely fine. Chang Liang's heart stirred. The temptation of divine essence stones finally overwhelmed everything. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly detected an imperceptible cold smile flash. Plussing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Chang Liang's heart thumped. The words when reaching his mouth changed at the behest of supernatural powers. "Ha, deal. Little brother is really generous. Chang Liang, will make friends with you." Chang Liang received 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones with a hearty laugh. Chang Liang's words made the 6 brothers' jaws drop. When did boss become so easygoing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lead the way then." Chang Liang said with a laugh, "Sure, easily arranged." Following that, Changliang brought Yi Yuan and made many twists and turns. Indeed, before long, the evil spirits that they encountered become stronger. Changliang and the rest became cautious and on the alert one by one. The strongest among them, Changliang, was merely middle stage grotto profound 2, encountering late stage 1-star evil spirits. There was not even time for them to run. They did not dare to approach at all. Ahead is the purple nether cave. That place definitely has late stage 1-star evil spirits. But little brother, the few of us don't dare to go in, Changliang said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You all can just wait outside the cave for me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan entered the purple nether cave without turning his head back. "Boss, why didn't you make a move just now? I dare to bet that this kid has at the very least no less than 50,000 divine essence stones on him." Seeing Yi Yuan enter the cave, the Wind 7 Heroes number 7 could not resist grumbling. "Yeah, boss. Normally, you aren't so timid and cowardly. Seeing such a fat lamb, you'd have long taken action," said number 3. Changliang's gaze swept over their faces and heaved a sigh as he said, "Why wouldn't I know what you guys are thinking? I nearly made a move just now." "Then why did you change your tune again?" "Now, he entered the purple nether cave, so he's probably already dead. For us to take the divine essence stones on him, we'd have to expend a lot of effort," number 7 said. In their view, this Yi Yuan was simply a silly young master flushed with money. He did not know about this Wind Den's terror at all, and wanted to barge into the purple nether cave without due consideration. What difference was there from courting death? Changliang gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, "Do you all really think that there are so many idiots in this world? Haha, it's precisely because his actions looked very foolish that I felt that this kid was not to be provoked. No idea why. When I was planning on making a move earlier, I felt my heart palpitate with anxiety and fear, just like being locked on by a hunter." Changliang's words did not change the group of brothers' views. Number 2 also interjected, "Boss, merely an initial stage grotto profound brat. Is there a need to be so careful? Us 7 brothers, there are already 3 middle stage grotto profound. Could it be that we still can't deal with a brat who's wet behind his ears?" Changliang said coolly, "You guys just wait. I dare to wager that he can definitely come out from inside the purple nether cave." Number 7 said, "How is this possible? He alone probably can't even deal with an initial stage 1-star evil spirit. Can he still deal with late stage evil spirits?" Number 3 also said, "Yeah, big brother. Either way, we also earned 1,000 divine essence stones for nothing. Let's go right away. There's no way he can come out." Changliang chuckled and said, "Dare to bet or not? I, Changliang, examine my own conscience and feel that I still have some knack in judging people. This kid is absolutely not simple." Number 7 said, being unconvinced, "Boss, don't you really trigger me? You say how to bet." Changliang smiled and said, "Let's set 3 days as the limit. If that kid comes out these 5,000 divine essence stones, I'll take 4,000. If that kid doesn't come out these 1,000 divine essence stones, I don't want a piece, and we'll even top you guys up 1,000 divine essence stones. You all take them and split." With Changliang saying this, the brothers all laughed. "Haha, boss, since you're so generous, then the brothers will kindly accept it. This wager, you'll lose for sure. Don't talk about 3 days. Even if it's 30 days, he can't come out either." Number 7 said with a loud laugh, "Boss, when the time comes, you can't renege on your bet. This wager, you lost for sure." Number 2 also said with a laugh, "Boss, we've mingled around in this Wind Den for so many years. When have you seen before an initial stage grotto profound can come out from the purple nether cave, this kind of place? What's with you today, are you all right?" Number 3 also laughed loudly and said, Changliang just smiled and said nothing. He believed in his judgment. This person, was meticulous. His vision was extremely sharp. It was precisely because so that he could bring the brothers and slip away from under the W and G family's hands. If it was another person, saying one sentence wrong, and they would probably have to be silenced by the W, N, G family to prevent divulgence of secrets. Second brother, this Wind den is so large. The terrain is extremely complicated. How do we find him? W.A.N. Jiugan was also made dizzy by the terrain here. W.A.N. Jiutao said solemnly, find some people and ask. That kid is a new face. He's definitely very conspicuous. I believe that for him to come here, it's impossible to find a place with body to hide. As long as we ask more people, there will definitely be someone who knows. W.A.N. Jiugan's eyes lit up, and he said, second brother is brilliant. W.A.N. Jiutao said, the few of you, all spread out for me. Find the local hegemons here and inquire. If somebody saw a new face, you must inquire clearly. Understand? Chapter 1327, Ghost King Cave. Chapter 1327, Ghost King Cave, Big Brother. Us brothers all save you a bit of face. This wager, shall we call it off? Waiting here is so boring. That kid definitely can't come out, number 7 said. Yeah, I say, what's going on with Big Brother today? Normally, you aren't like this? Number 3 also urged. Facing the group of brothers' persuasion, Chang Liang smiled without expressing approval nor disapproval and just said, it's just been half a day, and you guys can't wait anymore. Big Brother, we're saving face for you here. Number 7 said. Chang Liang smiled and said, please don't save face for me. Even reckoning make for long friends for us blood brothers. Since this wager was set, then let's continue all the way. At this time, a voice sounded out by everyone's ears like a ghost. What are you guys betting on? Everyone turned around to look their eye. S immediately staring wide open one by one. The one who spoke was precisely Yi Yuan. WWI, did you come out? No, wait, how did you come out? Number 7's tongue instantly became unable to straighten. The 6 brothers all had expressions like they had seen a ghost, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. After that, they discovered that Yi Yuan's condition could not be any better, just like there were no evil spirits inside the purple nether cave at all. Not just the 6 brothers. Even Chang Liang was dumbfounded too. He sensed that Yi Yuan was rather extraordinary, but he also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only used half a day and came out. Him saying 3 days' time was already overestimating Yi Yuan. He did not think that 3 days were too long for Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard number 7's words, he could not help being tickled. What are you saying? Of course I walked out. Or could it be that those evil spirits carried me out? But there are quite a number of late-stage 1-star evil spirits in the purple nether cave. Number 7 said with an amazed look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, there are indeed some late-stage 1-star evil spirits in here. But the numbers were still too little. I wandered around for half a day and only ran into 7 or 8. There's still a long way from the total of 500. Are there places with even more? For me to go take a look. Chang Liang was startled and hurriedly said, have. Of course there are. I'll bring you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed behind Chang Liang. The group of people headed even deeper into the Wind Denver. The deeper in, the more the evil spirits they encountered. Furthermore, the more powerful. But Yi Yuan's performance made their jaws drop. Evil spirits that the 7 of them could only finish off after exhausting their strength. Yi Yuan seemed to be like catching a chicken, grabbing with one hand, then lightly pinching its shattered. The Wind 7 heroes had mingled around the Wind Den for many years. There had never been anyone who killed evil spirits like this. Only at this time did the other 6 people believe how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. Finally, the 7 people escorted Yi Yuan to a second cave before the few people found a chance to talk. Number 7 scooted in front of Chang Liang and wiped away his cold sweat as he said, luckily, Big Brother is wise. Otherwise, we'd probably already be like those evil spirits, pinched to death by him. Chang Liang also felt lingering fear. If they really made a move previously, the Wind 7 heroes would probably have their names completely struck off the list today. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to crush them to death like Cruz. I, plussing the evil spirits. For him to be able to easily deal with the evil spirits, that was all Dustless's credit. But Yi Yuan's method of killing evil spirits made their hairs stand on end. The feeling that this kind of visual impact gave them was that Yi Yuan was very strong, very powerful. Chang Liang also had a bitter look as he said, "Honestly speaking, I also didn't expect that his strength was actually so great. Could it be that this guy concealed his strength? An initial stage grotto profound guy. How can he possibly be so strong?" Number 2 said. Chang Liang shook his head and said, "That I don't know. Either way, we just have to earn these 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones, and it will do. The rest, better don't be busybodies. Oh, right, the matter of wagering. This brother won't be courteous." Talking to the back, Chang Liang had a bright grin. With this, he made a killing. For 1,000 low-grade divine essence stones were not a small sum to them. Deducting the normal expenditures, for Chang Liang to want to earn this sum of money, he needed at least 3 to 5 years. Seeing the smug expression on Chang Liang's face, the other 6 people felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. A cooked duck flew away just like this. 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Originally, each of them could be distributed 700 plus. But now, the 6 of them could only split the remainder 1,000 pieces. A big loss. Don't all have this expression. One must be willing to lose if they bet. Don't say that I, boss, am not righteous. I'll take another step back and only take 3,000. The remainder 2,000, you guys take and split. Chang Liang said. With this, everyone could not help being overjoyed, all thanking Chang Liang profusely. Chang Liang's thinking was more full of schemes compared to his other 6 brothers. Giving 1,000 more pieces of divine essence stone could make the 6 brothers submit more wholeheartedly. This transaction was too worthwhile. Another half a day's time passed, and then Yi Yuan came out of this cave. Except he just devoured around 10 evil spirits this time as well. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with this number and said to Chang Liang after coming out, "Too few. Are there caves with more? Best if there's several dozen or 100 at once. That kind." Chang Liang was secretly dumbfounded. He seriously could not figure out how an initial stage grotto profound rookie dealt with those late-stage 1-star evil spirits. But he still said, "Have is have. It's just that the place is a little too dangerous. The few of us brothers don't dare to go." Yi Yuan said coolly, "No worries, you all just have to bring me there. At that time, I'll clean up the evil spirits around the cave. That way you guys will be safe. As for the deposit, I'll add another 2,000. Money could make the devil push the millstone for you." Chang Liang and the rest braving all kinds of danger in this Yin-Win den. Wasn't it still because of divine essence stones in the end? Yi Yuan giving such a large sum. How could they not be moved? Moreover, Yi Yuan said that he would clean up the evil spirits in the perimeter. This way, they would have no more worries. Chang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Done." Around 1,000 miles down, there's a Ghost King cave. Not only are there many evil spirits there, but they're also very powerful. After your excellency goes in, make sure not to enter too deep, because there's a grand completion 1-star evil spirits inside there. Legends have it that in the Ghost King cave's depths, there's even a 2-star evil spirit. It's just that no one has ever seen it before. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard that. If he really wanted to do this, then he would really have to be a little more careful. Grand completion 1-star evil spirit could still barely manage to deal with. But 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was still powerful to handle one currently. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Many thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful." Seeing Yi Yuan respond with a stern countenance, Chang Liang judged that grand completion 1-star might be Yi Yuan's limit. But this result was already sufficient for him to be astonished. They left Yi Yuan into the Ghost King cave and waited outside themselves. But they did not expect that at this time, over 10 figures suddenly dashed in from all directions, directly surrounding the 7 of them in the center. "Oh, search for you all so bitterly. Didn't expect that you guys and that Yi Yuan punk are actually accomplices." The spectroscope breaking, This score, we'll have to settle it properly. W. A. N. G. Yu Tao's killing intent-filled words transmitted into the Wind 7 heroes' ears. Chapter 1328. Catching Turtles in a Pot. Chapter 1328. Catching Turtles in a Pot. The appearance of W. A. N. G. Tao and the rest caught the Wind 7 heroes by surprise. They were stunned too, but Chong Liang reacted extremely quickly, understanding what was going on virtually right away. At the same time, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Wasn't it said that the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist was a cripple who could not cultivate? How could he have such formidable strength? The current Chong Liang already ascertained that that youth who entered the Ghost King Cave was precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. It was Yi Yuan. This Chong doesn't understand what you mean. If this Chong has the capability to destroy the spectroscope, then I also wouldn't need to strive in this Wind Inn all year round. Chong Liang said with cupped fists. His mind flashed like lightning and knew that only by refusing to admit, even unto death at present, could he have a slim chance of survival. In reality, he really did not expect that Yi Yuan was the person the W. A. N. G family was looking for. But W. A. N. G. Yu Tao sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "You don't need to quibble anymore. I only believe the truth I see with my eyes. We've already inquired clearly. After that punk entered the Wind Inn, it has always been you guys leading the way for him. Just based on this point, you all deserve death." Chong Liang groaned in secret, but his expression was in a daze as he said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one really doesn't know what you're talking about. There is a youth who offered 7,000 pieces of divine essence stones to have us lead the way. But this Chong also didn't know that that was the person your Excellency wanted to find." W. N. G. Yu Tao said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue, helping that boy is also a fact. Come in, take them down for me. If there is resistance, capture and immediately execute." W. N. G. Yu Tao's words thoroughly extinguished the last trace of Chong Liang's hope for a fluke. His expression changed, and he said gravely, "Brothers, enter the cave." At this time, the other three sides were all blocked off. The Ghost King Cave at the back was the only retreat path. The figures of Chong Liang, the 7 of them, were like lightning, speeding over towards the Ghost King Cave. Seeing this, W. A. N. G. Yu Tao snorted coldly. Raising his hand, it was a palm. A bunch of people who have no idea of life or death. Powerful divine essence instantly exploded. A terrifying air billow swept over towards the 7 people. Chong Liang revealed a horrified look and cried out, "Brothers, you all go in." He unleashed all of his strength in this lifetime, wanting to deal with W. A. N. G. Yu Tao's blow. However, this was merely an ant trying to topple a tree. Facing the Grand Completion Grotto profound W. A. N. G. Yu Tao, Chong Liang did not have the least bit of strength to resist. However, Chong Liang already made the resolve to die. He wanted to protect his brothers, to enter the cave. Although the Wind 7 heroes were not some good people, when facing such an imminent disaster, adversity tests friends. H.I.+P. Boss Chong Liang blocked the spear for his brothers without the slightest hesitation. But right at this time, 2 figures suddenly dashed out, covering up Chong Liang's profile. "Big brother, live well and take revenge for us." It was number 3 and number 7. Chong Liang's eyes turned bloodshot, his 2 eyes scarlet red. But W. A. N. G. Yu Tao's palm force already arrived. Even if he wanted to do something, it was too late as well. Boom! An enormous force directly blasted number 3 and number 7, together with Chong Liang flying. However, the majority of the force was blocked by number 3 and number 7. Chong Liang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Number 3 and number 7 beside him had long ceased breathing already. Chong Liang was very decisive. He knew that now was not the time to be irresolute and hesitant. Forcefully crawling up, he headed over towards the Ghost King cave. Although this palm of W.A.N. Ji Yutao killed number 3 and number 7, Chang Liang also borrowed the force of this palm and arrived at the Ghost King cave's entrance. His figure speed, burrowing straight into the cave. Second brother, what do we do now? W.A.N. Ji Yugan asked. What else can we do? Go in and capture the people. Right now, we're catching turtles in a pot. W.A.N. Ji Yutao said without the least bit of hesitation. At this time, a martial artist said rather fearfully, Why, Your Excellency, this place is the Ghost King Cave. This martial artist was the guide that the W.A.N. Ji family found. W.A.N. Ji Yutao's face fell, and he said, So what if it's the Ghost King Cave? The guide said, The Ghost King Cave is the most dangerous place in the Yin Wind Den. The evil spirits inside too many to count. Furthermore, the Ghost King Cave's depths might have 2-star evil spirits existing. Once we startle the 2-star evil spirit, none of us can escape. W.N. Ji Yutao's expression also turned apprehensive when he heard that, but he became relieved very quickly and said with a cold snort, What about that? I don't believe that brat dares to enter the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Go. That guide was helpless and could only enter the Ghost King Cave. Chang Liang 5 people had also never entered the Ghost King Cave before. This place was all human martial artists' forbidden area. So after entering, Chang Liang 5 people ran wildly without distinguish. Plusing the direction at all. But what made them surprised was that along the way, they actually did not even encounter a single evil spirit. No idea how long they ran either. They suddenly saw that there was a figure ahead, currently sitting cross-legged. Big brother, it is that kid. If not for this boy, number 3 and number 7 wouldn't have died either. This score, we have to find him to settle it properly. Big brother, kill this kid. Take revenge for number 3 and number 7. These few people were almost in tears when talking. Clearly, the death of number 3 and number 7, they were all unable to accept it. They knew that they were forever not W.A.N. Ji Yutao's match. Therefore, they cast the anger onto Yi Yuan. Chang Liang's injuries were not light. Currently, he was forcefully holding onto a breath. Seeing the appearance of his group of brothers filled with righteous indignation, Chang Liang's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Brothers, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Number 3 and number 7 were killed by W.A.N. Ji Yutao. Want to settle this score? We also have to settle it with them. Us and Master only did a transaction. Putting this score on his head isn't fair. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chang Liang with some surprise, and slowly opened his mouth to say, The W.N. Ji family being so utterly devoid of conscience exceeded my expectations. But the one who caused the deaths of number 3 and number 7 wasn't me, but yourselves. If you all want to count this score on this Ye's head, this Yi will keep you company. Yi Yuan's words made the few people explode all at once. We caused the death of number 3 and number 7? Brat, you don't make unfounded accusations. Don't think that by killing a few evil spirits, you can scare us. You're merely a puny little initial stage grotto profound. I don't believe that you're really us brothers' match. Chang Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan's words made him regret to the max. But they heard Yi Yuan saying indifferently, The 7 of you, each and every one of you had killing intent aroused towards this Yi before. Putting it bluntly, you're all just a bunch of robbers who murder and seize goods. If not because of this, perhaps this young master would have made a move to save previously, and even brought you all into the Ghost King Cave. Yi Yuan's words made Chang Liang 5 people shocked inwardly. Turns out that their killing intent, Yi Yuan had long perceived it keenly. It was just that he did not expose it all along. Now, number 3 and number 7 died. It was a retribution for them, having killing intent aroused. Not that they did not wish to kill Yi Yuan, it was just that Chong Liang detected the danger. That was why they did not make a move. Hence, Yi Yuan had no need to be responsible for their life and death. Between them was merely just a transaction. Also, if not looking on account of your brotherly affection, do you guys think that you can still live to see this young master? Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Your Excellency, something seems to be not quite right. This Ghost King cave is too quiet. The guide's expression was not too good as he said. W-A-N. Ji Yutao's face fell, and he said, Enough, C-R-A-P. You just have to care about leading the way. I don't believe that the kid can still overturn the heavens. No need the guide to warn. How could W-A-N. Ji Yutao not know that something was amiss? They had always been on guard after entering the Ghost King cave, but along the way, they did not even run into a single evil spirit. Since the Ghost King cave was one of the Yin Den's most dangerous places, then there should be a lot of evil spirits. W-N. Jiyugan also felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as he could not resist saying, Second brother, it's better to withdraw. As long as we guard the entrance, will we still be afraid that the kid doesn't come out? W-A-N. Jiyugan's suggestion made W-A-N. Ji Yutao palpitate with excitement as well. If he risks his life and just hole up inside here and not go out, Ji Yutao asked. The moment the guide heard that W-A-N. Ji Yutao was moved, he hurriedly said, Impossible. Even Grand Completion Grotto Profound Powerhouse can only last at most a year here. Any longer, the Yin energy here will corrode the fleshy body and cause tremendous damage to the physical body. If mild, it will damage the martial Tao foundation. If severe, one will become a Yin corpse. W-A-N. Ji Yutao's expression changed, not expecting that this Yin Den still had so many things to pay attention to. Since it was like this, he could rest assured. Okay, we'll withdraw. W-A-N. Ji Yutao's heart was also somewhat pounding as he said. But just as they turned around and were about to withdraw, Yin Wind suddenly stirred up. Woo, woo. All around, no idea where heaps of evil spirits emerged from either, all late-stage 1-star. Looking at the numbers, there were probably no less than 1,000. Such a scale of evil spirits. Even W-N. Ji Yutao, this kind of powerhouse, felt his scalp tingle too. Although Grand Completion Grotto Profound could casually crush late-stage Grotto Profound, it was not to say that Grand Completion Grotto Profound was invincible. Evil spirits were more difficult to tangle with in the first place for martial artists. With over 1,000 evil spirits jumping out all at once, even if W-A-N. Ji Yutao and W-A-N. Jiyugan joined hands, they also did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed. What's going on here? Where in the world did these evil spirits emerge from? Second Elder, what should we do? So many late-stage 1-star evil spirits. We're dead for sure this time. The faces of these W-A-N. G family second-generation powerhouses all turned green. An aura of despair was spreading among them. One late-stage 1-star evil spirit was already enough for them to suffer. 1,000 appearing all at once. How could they not despair? All shut up for me. Shouting and wrangling. Can it scare away these evil spirits? All follow this old man. Kill the way out together. W-A-N. Ji Yutao still had overwhelming prestige. This shout instantly calmed the W-A-N. G family's people. At the same time, he raised his long spear. A terrifying force struck toward the evil spirits ahead. Howl! Howl! Miserable cries lingered incessantly by the ears. Late-stage 1-star evil spirits were still a little too tender in front of W-A-N. Ji Yutao. Except, not only did W and Jiu Tao's overwhelming blow not frighten away the evil spirits, it made those evil spirits even more crazed instead, pouncing over at the crowd. Yugon, you cover the rear. I'll open up the path in front. The others, take precautions on your own. Don't let those evil spirits break in. W.A.N. Jiu Tao had clearly seen a grand spectacle before. Although alarmed, he did not panic, commanding with great composure. He and W.A.N. Jiugan, two great experts, protected the team one front and one back. The other people's pressure lessened drastically all at once. However, the number of evil spirits was seriously too many. Furthermore, each and every one of them was ferocious and did not fear death. They just did all they could to bite. Very soon, there was somebody who could not hold on anymore. R.W.A.N. G family's guard, whose strength was slightly weaker, was suddenly brought down by 4 or 5 evil spirits. The evil spirits were seemingly sharks that smelled the scent of blood. Around 20 to 30 evil spirits instantly drowned him out entirely. Before long, the guard ceased breathing. His divine soul was already divided and eaten by the evil spirits. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them felt a chill. Maybe this was their outcome not long after. Those evil spirits, tasting the benefits, only tussled with W.A.N. Jiu Tao and W.Jiugan, while the focus of the attacks was placed on those W.G family members in the center. Very soon, there was another W.A.N. G family's member who was taken down. Ling Xiu, W.A.N. Jiu Tao's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. That person who died was his biological nephew. Before coming, he never dreamed that employing the W.A.N. G family's power to come and hunt down an initial stage grotto profound brat, he would actually pay such a terrible price. Except Sad was sad. He was completely powerless about the reduction in numbers when battling. 100 evil spirits pestered him. Even if his strength was any greater, he was too busy to care as well. A single mishap, and he would even stumble himself. 2 late-stage grotto profound experts defending, this group of people gradually approached the cave entrance. It was just that miserable cries echoed incessantly in W. and Jiu Tao's ears. His heart was dripping blood. Kill. A terrifying charge. W. and Jiu Tao finally forcefully carved out a B.O.O.D. Y path, charging out of the Ghost King cave. The current W. A. N. Jiu Tao's eyes were blood red, already unbelievably furious. One figure after another charged out. Finally, W. A. N. Jiugan also came out in the end. Boom! The evil spirits did not have the intention of letting these people off. Large groups rushed out of the Ghost King cave and continued to hunt down everyone. W. A. N. Jiu Tao was aggrieved to the extreme and could only lead everyone to continue fleeing. No idea how long they chased them either. There were finally no more evil spirits behind them. Everyone was all seemingly drained of energy, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily for air. W. and Jiu Tao swept a glance over the remaining people, the joints of his fingers cracking. When they went in, counting the guide, they brought a total of 17 people. But now, counting in him and W. and Jiugan, there were only 5 people left. This in and out actually forcefully incapacitated 12 people. Apart from the guide, those W. and G family's people were all the W. and G family's elites. Quite a number of people were all W. and Jiu Tao's sons and nephew generation. Among them, the majority were all late-stage grotto profound powerhouses. There were even a few who were middle-stage grotto profound. This trip directly cut the W. and G family's elites by half. Yi Yuan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, W. and Jiu Tao, am lesser than a human. This old man swears an oath to heaven that I must cut you down in this wind den. W.A.N. Jiu Tao's eyes were blood red. Nas. H.I. Plussing his teeth in hatred, already hating Yi Yuan to the max. He naturally would not think that it was actually them pursuing Yi Yuan all along. Either way, others killing the W.A.N. G family's members, that was all the other person's fault. Inside the Ghost King cave, Chongliang five brothers were long dumbstruck with amazement already. They exchanged glances, all with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Be big brother, what did we see just now? Oh, our eyesight wouldn't be failing, right? How'd he do it? Those were 1,000 late-stage one-star evil spirits. He's actually able to command late-stage one-star evil spirits. Chong Liang looked at the Yi Yuan currently in meditation, his gaze full of deep apprehension. Only this time did they witness Yi Yuan's true strength. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it was truly as easy as turning his palm over. Chapter 1330, 2-star Evil Spirit. Chapter 1330, 2-star Evil Spirit. Why, Your Excellency, previously we have affronted. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said respectfully. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling palpitations of lingering fear and rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he did not become enemies with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the 7 of them brothers, the ones who died, would not be just number 3 and number 7. When 1,000 late-stage one-star evil spirits besieged W.A.N. Jiu Tao, Chong Liang was watching from outside. That spectacular scene made it hard to forget all his life. Forget about it happening to W.A.N. Jiu Tao. Even Chong Liang, this spectator, felt his scalp tingle. But seeing the W.A.N. G family's people fall one by one, Chong Liang was incomparably delighted in his heart. The W.A.N. G family's people were too overbearing, killing 2 of his brothers indiscriminately. Served them right to have this kind of end. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said, nonchalantly, not to the extent of taking offense, but as long as you guys don't provoke this young master naturally won't go and find trouble with you all. Originally, I wanted to let you all run your own course without external interference. But seeing the feelings between you brothers run so deep, willing to help each other at the expense of your life, that's why I made a move. Dustless had constantly been monitoring every movement and action in the vicinity. The things that happened outside the Ghost King cave could not hide from him at all. Originally thought that the Wind 7 heroes, these greedy fellows, the feelings between the brothers were probably just like that. But he did not expect that Chong Liang, as well as number 3 and number 7, were actually so loyal. Yi Yuan felt a spur of the moment. That was why he let them in. After Dustless absorbed some evil spirits, his condition improved considerably all at once. His methods also made Yi Yuan secretly dumbfounded. Dustless simulated the undulations of a grand completion one-star evil spirit with a secret at, commanding these late-stage one-star evil spirits to besiege the W.A.N. G family's people. To a late-stage one-star evil spirit, a grand completion one-star evil spirit was an absolute sovereign. One-star evil spirits did not have any intelligence. They acted entirely based on their own instincts. Hence, as long as W.A.N. Jiu Tao they all dared to enter the Ghost King cave, that outcome would absolutely be miserable. Yes, Your Excellency. Previously, the few of us were committing stupidity. The W.A.N. G family is too strong. The few of us brothers don't have hopes of taking revenge at all. That's why we would divert the hatred onto you. Hope that Your Excellency pardons it. Chong Liang said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, honestly speaking, I also didn't think that the W.A.N. family would be so utterly devoid of consciousness. Just because you guys were a guide for me, they vented their anger on you all. But the W.A.N.G. family, this young master will certainly purge their names from Jewel Hill City. If the few of you follow me, there will come a chance to take revenge for your brothers in the future." Chang Liang's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully, "For your excellency to be willing to take us in, it's our honor. The few of us brothers are willing to dash our brains onto the ground and follow your excellency to death." Chang Liang signaled his brothers with a look and prostrated. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And you guys following this young master naturally won't dispense with your benefits. It's just that this young master can't tolerate any mistakes and transgressions. If you all still want to have any filthy ideas like before, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Chang Liang was alarmed and hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not." The death of number 3 and number 7 taught this Chang a profound level. Currently, this Chang's only wish is to personally kill W.A.N.G. Tao, that be A.S.T.A.R.D., and take revenge for number 3 and number 7. Yi Yuan was just about to open his mouth and speak when suddenly his expression turned grim. Chang Liang's expression changed as well. It was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Around them, a series of powerful auras emerged, surrounding the 6 of them in the middle. Grand completion 1 star, evil spirits. "Your Excellency, what to do here?" Chang Liang exclaimed. The great battle previously finally still startled these powerful existences. Same as human martial artists, grand completion 1 star, this level of evil spirits were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a strange vortex storm spread out with Yi Yuan as the center. Those late-stage 1-star evil spirits were involuntarily sucked into the vortex, finally being absorbed by Yi Yuan. 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance, directly becoming dustless food. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Chang Liang and the rest stared like wide saucers. While controlling 1,000 evil spirits was beyond comprehension, Yi Yuan actually devoured 1,000 evil spirits. This was seriously too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of stuffing himself to death? Chang Liang and the rest had run around here for no less than several hundred years. But they had never seen before someone who dared to deal with evil spirits in this way. Ordinary martial artists, even Grand Completion Grotto profound martial artists, did not dare to devour an evil spirit either. Chang Liang swallowed his saliva, discovering that this lord was truly too mysterious. The W.A.N.G. family definitely went soft in the head. That was why they provoked such a terrifying foe. Somehow, Chang Liang suddenly was somewhat sympathetic for W.A.N.G. Tao. At present, the surroundings had roughly 20 to 30 grand completion 1-star evil spirits. These ferocious-looking evil spirits were actually incomparably wary of Yi Yuan at this time. Even though they surrounded everyone, all of them were fearful and did not go forward. These evil spirits all did not have intelligence, but it was precisely because so that they could faintly perceive the soul-suppressing Pearl's terror. This kind of instinctive dread made them not dare to go forward. Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Evil spirits were extremely powerful existences to human martial artists, but the soul-suppressing Pearl was their nemesis. Only after seeing this scene did Chang Liang finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was incredibly shocked too. In this Yin Den, human martial artists all made detours when seeing evil spirits. But today, he actually saw evil spirits feeling fear towards humans. Chang Liang felt that the events that happened today simply subverted his worldview. Seeing Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes, Chang Liang could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Yuan ignored Chang Liang, but his gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. The depth was a stretch of darkness, unable to see anything. "Since you came, why hide furtively?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chang Liang and the rest were stupefied, with baffled looks on their faces. Didn't late-stage one-star evil spirits already come out? Could it be that there were still others here? Just as they were wondering, a ghostly light emerged from the depths of the darkness. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Right away, when this person came out, Chongyang 5 people all palpitated endlessly. The powerful aura made them unable to move even a muscle. This person was too strong. With his strength, wanting to kill the 5 of them could probably be accomplished with a wave of a hand. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Ghost King cave? The arrival was a man, looking elegant and suave, like a fine and handsome young master. This figure was not much different from ordinary people. But looking closely, one could discover that his body was somewhat illusionary, appearing not so real. "You, human, are rather special," the man said with a smile. Hearing the meaning in his words, he was actually not a human. Facing this man's powerful aura, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Hearing that, he also smiled and said, "I also didn't expect that inside this Ghost King cave, there's really a 2-star evil spirit. Also, I didn't think that a 2-star evil spirit was actually as refined as you." Chapter 1331, Ghost Tao 100 Runes. Chapter 1331, Ghost Tao 100 Runes. T2-star evil spirit. The faces of Chong Liang and the others suddenly changed, their gazes looking at that man in great terror. Although legends had it that there was a 2-star evil spirit existing in this Yin Den, no one had ever seen it before. They never dreamed that this man in front of them, who was no different from human, was actually the 2-star evil spirit. Less than 1 in 10,000 ordinary 2-star evil spirits were able to unlock intelligence. What they had was just instinctive devouring. Toward such a 2-star evil spirit, Dustless was really powerless to do anything, because they could only slaughter instinctively. But even Dustless also did not expect that the 2-star evil spirit in this Ghost King cave actually gave birth to intelligence. The man did not deny it either, but said, "There is an aura that makes me very wary on you." Actually, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He also thought that evil spirits were all that sort of neither human nor ghost appearance, malicious looking. He did not think that 2-star evil spirits actually turn out to be like this. Moreover, the other party's perception seemed to be very keen. Chong Liang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a face full of terror. He simply did not dare to believe that a 2-star evil spirit would actually say such words. One could say that if a 2-star evil spirit wanted to kill them, it just needed to move a finger, and it would be enough. But facing the Yi Yuan, who was only initial stage grotto profound, he was actually so apprehensive. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Middle stage 2-star, strength isn't bad. I didn't expect that your intelligence can unlock to this extent. That saved me a bout of trouble." Chong Liang was shuddering with fear, listening by the side, Wisconsin H, I+ing to turn tail and run. This Yi Yuan was too crazy. That was a 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan actually dared to talk like this. "Hang on, middle stage 2-star?" Chong Liang felt incomparably flus, teared. "What the H? EL? I was this." Within the grotto profound realm, a minor realm was a layer of heaven. Then Heaven Glimpse realm was naturally even more so. The disparity between initial stage and middle stage was even greater. Also, how did Yi Yuan able to tell that the other party was a 2-star evil spirit? The amount of information was too great. The 5 of them brothers felt somewhat unable to digest. But the man said, "How do you know? I won't make a move against you. You are too weak." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If your intelligence isn't unlocked yet, then forget it. Naturally, we can't dispense with a fierce battle between us. But since your intelligence is already unlocked, then you don't have to move against this young master." Yi Yuan said it very assuredly and did not take the man's threat to heart at all. For him to dare say so, it was naturally because there was Dustless, this great divinity, there. The might of an Empyrean spirit treasure. Ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Even though Dustless was a tiger that landed in the plains now, For the other party to want to kill Yi Yuan, it was likely really not so easy. The man smiled and said, "Your esteemed self is too confident. For me to kill you is merely the effort of lifting a finger." Finished talking, a terrifying energy was suddenly released, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly. It was just that Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Changliang 5 people were virtually frozen stiff already. They discovered to their dismay that they could not even move a finger anymore. This 2-star evil spirit had yet to make a move, and they already fell down. A surge of faintly imperceptible aura enveloped Yi Yuan up. The yin wind automatically divided when arrived in front of Yi Yuan, blowing past towards the 2 sides. The man's pupils shrunk. Only then did he ascertain that Yi Yuan was indeed not simple. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Don't do this kind of pointless probing anymore. It's no use. This young master gives you a chance. Sign a heavenly Tao contract and serve me as your master. This young master gives you a lucky chance." While talking, Yi Yuan came before Changliang 5 people, extended a finger, and lightly tapped on the 5 of their foreheads. A burst of faint soul force undulation flowed out from his fingertips, instantly spreading through the 5 of their bodies. The 5 people trembled all over. That stiff feeling of being frozen to the bones instantly vanished without a trace. However, what they were shocked by was not this, but the words that Yi Yuan said. These words were too earth-shattering, resulting in that even though the 5 people were able to move, they still opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan blankly. What did he say earlier? Make a 2-star evil spirit that unlocked intelligence serve him as master? His Excellency, he wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? The man was also stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself, and said, "What a joke. An initial stage grotto profound youth actually dares to spout this kind of drivel. Is your esteemed self provoking my bottom line?" The rankings of the martial artist world were stringent. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. Saying these words was a great disrespect. Even if they had no ill feelings or enmity, just based on this sentence, the other party had sufficient reason to kill already. Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly extended a finger, drawing something in the air. Chang Liang and the rest were uncertain what it meant, completely unaware of what strange ideas Yi Yuan was mystifying. It looked like some sort of talismans. He could not help looking in the direction of the man, and discovered that the expression on the man's face was currently changing from disdain to thunderstruck, and finally, wild ecstasy. Only then did they know that these incomprehensible talismans that Yi Yuan drew were very extraordinary. Ghost Tao 100 runes. What? What you drew was the ghost Tao 100 runes. The man's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Oh, it looks like you recognize the ghost Tao 100 runes. It saves this young master's breath." The man trembled all over and said in disbelief, How can you, a human, possibly know the ghost Tao 100 runes?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How this young master knows, don't need you to be concerned with. You just say whether you're willing to follow this young master or not. Don't have any strange ideas. You only have one chance." The man's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle surfacing on his face. Yi Yuan's warning made him become very conflicted. To an evil spirit, for them to be able to leech within a martial artist's body, it was equivalent to seizing possession, but also not the same as seizing possession, because they were an independent body and did not need to rely on the fleshy body to survive. The strange idea that Yi Yuan said was actually referring to this. What flashed across at the first moment just now was indeed this thought. But Yi Yuan's words shattered his fantasy into smithereens. If it were others, he would seize possession without the slightest hesitation and forcefully plunder the other party's memories. But Yi Yuan was unusual. From the very beginning, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura that the soul-suppressing pearl faintly revealed made him extremely wary. At one side, Changliang 5 people did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were quietly waiting for the man's decision. They never dreamed that Yi Yuan's words were actually really going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. At least, the other party was moved. This lord was really becoming more and more mysterious. Just what kind of existence was he? Alchemy's strength was exceedingly terrifying, martial Dao's strength unfathomable. Now, he was actually going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. Changliang felt that this world was really too crazy. Everything he had seen and heard today was simply even more exciting than his lifetime experiences added up. Time slowly trickled by, and the expression on the man's face flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for the other party's answer. He had full confidence that the other party definitely could not resist the temptation of the ghost Dao 100 runes. All right then, I promise you. Finally, the man opened his mouth and surrendered. Chapter 1332, Casually Trampling. Chapter 1332. Casually trampling. The moment the contract happened, an inexplicable connection was established between Yi Yuan and the man. Gui Yun has met master, said the 2-star evil spirit in submission. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "In the function of the ghost Dao 100 runes, I believe there's no need for me to say any more. You just work for this young master contentedly, and I'll slowly impart them to you. If you can comprehend fully, becoming a ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor isn't impossible either." Gui Yun revealed a look of great elation and hurriedly said, "Gui Yun, thanks master. All right, I'll take you into my carry-on SP.AC right now. You don't resist it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Having some spatial-type magic treasure on a deity realm powerhouse was very normal. It was not to the extent of making Changliang and the rest overly surprised. Gui Yun did not feel anything off as well. It was just that when his figure appeared in the soul-suppressing SP.AC, he immediately felt the extraordinariness. When he saw Dustless, that feeling of beholding a great mountain appeared uncontrollably. "Hoo-hoo, little ghost, your luck is pretty good. To be able to give birth to intelligence when at 2-star, and even ran into this old man. Perhaps you'll be the next ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor," Dustless said with a smile. The dignified 2-star evil spirit became a little ghost when it reached Dustless's mouth. "As senior you are?" Gui Yun said carefully. Dustless smiled and said, "This old man is Dustless, same as you, serving Yi Yuan as my master." Gui Yun suddenly discovered that his apprehension toward Yi Yuan probably originated from this old man. "Senior Dustless, what is this place? Why do I feel that this place is very unusual?" Gui Yun said, "This place is the inner SP.AC of an Empyrean spirit treasure. This old man is this place's artifact spirit. In the future, you'll live here together with this old man. As long as Yi Yuan allows it, this old man will naturally impart you the ghost Dao 100 runes," Dustless said. Gui Yun's mind buzzed as if being struck by a bolt of lightning, turning blank. "As senior, oh, you're saying that this place is an Empyrean spirit treasure?" Gui Yun's tongue could not even be straightened when speaking. The astonishment that Dustless's words brought him was seriously too intense. This news was even more shocking than the ghost Dao 100 runes. Empyrean spirit treasure. With Gui Yun's realm, he was totally unable to imagine this level of existence. At this moment, he was incomparably thrilled that he did not carry out seizing possession on Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would really not even know how he died. If he carried out an attack against Yi Yuan's physical body, Dustless would really be powerless to do anything. But if he dared to seize possession of Yi Yuan, entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, then it was no different from seeking death. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would only give him one chance. He really did not bluff him. That's right, it's an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, it's a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Little ghost, that's why I said that you're very lucky. If this old man's strength recovers a little more, I probably won't take fancy on you anymore. Even if you wanted to be Yi Yuan's servant, there wouldn't be a chance either, Dustless said. 2-star evil spirits were really just a little ghost in Dustless's eyes. If not because he was a tiger that descended onto the plains presently, how could he take fancy on this kind of rookie? But Dustless's one sentence made Gue Yun nervous. His current strength was much higher than his master's. But if his master's strength advanced in the future and had no more use for him, would he kill the donkey the moment it had done its job? Dustless clearly saw through his concerns and said with a smile, "You can put your heart back in place. Ye kiddo values ties of comrades. I plus P immensely. As long as you work diligently for him, even if he enters the rankings of Heavenly Emperor in the future, he won't do anything to you either. He would even help you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. You won't believe it even if I say any more. You follow him, and in the future, you'll naturally know. Now, this old man will impart you the first Ghost Dao 100 runes. Ghost Dao 100 runes was a transcendent art for cultivating the Ghost Dao. As the name implied, Ghost Dao 100 runes was 100 runes. These 100 runes contain the transcendent Ghost Dao 100 runes of Ghost Dao, exceedingly extensive and profound. Legends had it that as long as one comprehended these 100 runes completely, they would be able to achieve the Ghost Dao transcendent Heavenly Emperor looking down upon the world. This appeal to Gue Yin was seriously too strong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was one of the Heavenspan world's extremely powerful alchemists. He researched the divine soul Dao in detail. This Ghost Dao 100 runes was obtained from a Ghost Dao Empyrean, which he killed in the past. The research was also very thorough. With Dustless's strength, teaching Gue Yun was naturally nothing difficult. At the outside world, Changliang 5 people were utterly dumbfounded. The events did not develop in the direction that they expected at all. The result made their jaws drop. That was a 2-star evil spirit, an existence that could casually eradicate them with a twitch of a finger. It was actually subdued, just like this. When they knew that Gue Yun was a 2-star evil spirit, they even thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that the final result reversed too quickly. This 2-star evil spirit actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Your Excellency, what was that you drew? Why did that 2-star evil spirit serve you as his servant the moment he saw it? Chang Liang plucked up his courage and asked. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You also won't understand if I said it. That's the thing that Ghost Dao powerhouses cultivate. You just have to know that me taking him in is giving him a lucky chance. That's it. Since it's a fortuitous chance, what reason does he have to not serve me? Becoming his master?" Chang Liang 5 people sighed from the bottom of their hearts and said, "Your Excellency, you're really too formidable. The 5 of us brothers are convinced." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop flattering. Weren't you all going to personally kill W. A. in Jiutao? How you want to trample him now is up to you." Chang Liang 5 people trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of wild elation. Yeah, with a 2-star evil spirit by their side, this Yin Den, they could roam as they pleased. What did a mere W. A. in Jiutao count as? Thud! Chang Liang 5 people knelt down collectively, and Chang Liang said, "Your Excellency taking revenge for the 5 of us. The 5 of our rotten lives will be sold to Your Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up. The W. in G family and I have already reached the point of irreconcilability. Even if not helping you all take revenge, W. A. in G Utao must die as well. Second brother, if they don't come out, could it be that we're really going to guard here for a year?" W. in Ji Yugan asked. Even with their strength, they also felt very uncomfortable in this place where wind blew all year round. W. A. in Ji Utao said solemnly, "Otherwise, what can we do still? No idea what kind of heretic skill that punk cultivated either, to actually be able to control evil spirits. Really D.A.M. in it. No wonder he wanted to enter the Yin Den at all costs. It was probably in order to cultivate the heretic skill." W. and Ji Yugan thought about it and said, "Second brother, why not? Invite big brother here. I feel that this kid is extremely abnormal. Continuing to guard like this isn't the way." W-A-N. Ji Yugan's suggestion made him very moved. But he shook his head again very quickly and said, "What kind of face do we have to go and meet Big Brother with our current appearance? Not killing that punk. It's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Oh, Second Elder wants to kill me so much? I wonder how this Yi provoked Second Elder to make you detest me like so." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice echoed in the cave. Yi Yuan, W-A-N, Ji Tao, and W-A-N. Ji Yugan suddenly stood up, their gaze filled with killing intent. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caught W-A-N, Ji Tao duo by surprise. But very soon, their figures moved swiftly, directly cutting off Yi Yuan's retreat. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. He did not speak, allowing them to act. "Don't be so nervous. Relax a bit," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. W-A-N. Ji Tao's expression turned cold, and he said, "Brat, you're really gutsy to actually dare come out and court death. You killed 11 of my W-A-N-G family's elites. Today we'll settle this score properly." Seeing Yi Yuan, W-A-N, Ji Tao's anger reached the limit all at once. Currently, he wished to swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Your W-A-N-G family chased this Yi from Jewel Hill City to the Wind, Denver. Could it be that you still don't allow me to fight back?" W-N-G Tao snorted coldly and said, "Want to blame? You will have to blame yourself, and that you shouldn't have opposed my W-A-N-G family. This world is the world of the strong. If I want you dead, you have no choice but to die." Yi Yuan laughed. Chong Liang and the others behind him also laughed. W-A-N-G Tao's face turned black, being deeply triggered by the few people's laughter. "You laughed? I hope that you all can still laugh in a while. This old man will let you know what's called a fate worse than death. You gone do it." W-A-N-G Tao shouted coldly, Russ. H-I, plussing towards Yi Yuan with W-A-N-G Yuan one after the other. Two mighty grand completion grotto profound experts making a move at the same time. That aura was truly Estoni's. H-I plussing. But right at this time, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Yi Yuan's body. A piercing cold wind stirred. Even those as powerful as W-A-N-G Tao and W-A-N-G Yuan were also virtually frozen by this gust of wind. The other W-A-N-G family members' strengths were lacking. How could they withstand such wind? Their divine souls were directly scattered to the wind. Slam! Slam! W-A-N-G Tao and W-A-N-G Yuan fell straight down from midair, slamming severely onto the ground. The two people opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of disbelief. How could such a terrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? They only felt like their divine souls were about to be frozen at this time. This gust of wind was too powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan approach step by step, W-A-N-G Yuan panicked inwardly. He struggled, wanted to get up, but his entire body was blown numb by the wind. How could he muster up the strength in a short while? "You? What do you want to do?" W-A-N-G Yuan said fearfully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, "Do what?" "Hoo-hoo. What this young master is going to do. You should be even clearer than me, right? Rest assured, this young master won't kill you right now. How to deal with you? Luo Jian has the final say." Finished talking, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, directly sealing W-N-G Yuan's divine essence and hauling him up like holding up a dead dog. The numbing effects of wind can last for roughly an hour. "Act faster and catch up earlier," Yi Yuan said with Chong Liang. Chong Liang cupped his fists and said with a bow, "Yes, Your Excellency. When us brothers finish venting this frustration, we'll catch up." Yi Yuan nodded his head, his figure moving vanis. I. Plussing before the few people's eyes. Chong Liang, 5 people looked at the dead dog-like W.N. Jiu Tao, incomparably pleased in their hearts. W.A.N. Jiu Tao, you were so awe-inspiring earlier, but now if I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Ha ha! Chong Liang mimicked W.A.N. Jiu Tao's words earlier, truly ironic to the max. A moment ago, W.A.N. Jiu Tao was still awe-inspiring. A moment later, he became a dead dog. Furthermore, saying this kind of words in front of Yi Yuan was simply ridiculous. W.A.N. Jiu Tao was unable to move all over, but his expression was ugly to the extreme. He had not figured out until now what in the world happened. Why would such a horrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? W.A.N. Jiu Tao, didn't you want to kill us brothers? Get up. Number 2 said with a cold smile. Poochie. Number 4's blade stabbed into W.A.N. Jiu Tao's heart without the least bit of hesitation. When you killed number 3 and number 7, you definitely didn't think that retribution came so quickly, right? Number 4 gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, to a deity realm powerhouse, puncturing the heart would not be fatal. But that heart-gouging pain shot straight up to his head, making him anguished until he wished to die. Poochie. Another blade, number 5, directly chopped off one of W.A.N. Jiu Tao's palm. Just the likes of you are also fit to raise a hue with Lord Yi Yuan? I ask you to raise a hue. Ask you to raise a hue. Number 5 said with a hideous grin. A series of miserable screams lingered on in the air. Chong Liang, 5 people's torture made him hover between life and death. Chong Liang, 5 people were not some guys who had not seen the world before. They had mingled among the bottom-level martial artists all year round. Disregarding cruel and merciless, the methods of torturing people sprung up in endless variations too. They were nice to their brothers, but toward enemies, they absolutely would not show mercy. The deaths of number 3 and number 7 made them hate W.A.N. Jiu Tao to the bones. See, Chong Liang, aren't you all afraid of the W.A.N. G family's revenge for daring to treat this old man like this? W.N. Jiu Tao endured the intense pain and shouted. Chong Liang, 5 people were thrilled the moment they heard and laughed mockingly as they said, "Io, brothers, this old fart is threatening us right now. What do you think we should do? I'm so scared. Are you all scared or not?" Scared. I'm really scared to death. Big brother, why don't we help this old fogey up and beg him for mercy? Number 6 said. Chong Liang chuckled and said, "Yeah, second elder, spare the few of us brothers, all right? I know that we were wrong." Chong Liang laughed as he stabbed W.A.N. Jiu Tao again. W.A.N. Jiu Tao's face was green with pain. He gasped for air as he said, "Did not you guys forget the W.A.N. G family still has my elder brother?" Chong Liang smiled coldly and said, "Using W.A.N. Jiu Xiang, that old fart, to come and scare your father? Let you be scared of your father. Let you be scared of your father." The 5 brothers slashed one after another. Before long, they poked W.A.N. Jiu Tao into a sieve. Their blows were very appropriate, making Jiu Tao agonize to the point of Wisconsin H.I. plussing for death, but all these did not take his life. Under the 5 of their torture, W.A.N. Jiu Tao was almost breaking down. He seriously could not figure out where these few people got the confidence to actually not even place Big Brother W.A.N. Jiu Xian in their sights. His elder brother, W.A.N. Jiu Xian, was an initial stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. In this Jewel Hill city, That was atop of the CLA's existence. Even Yang Rui did not dare to make light of him too. These few barbarians actually did not take him seriously. Not only did they make light of him, but also when he mentioned his elder brother, those few guys also became aggravated instead. Time Pot S said, and in a twinkle, an hour's time was almost up. And Jiu Tao suddenly felt his body gradually recover a bit of strength. This discovery made him inexplicably thrilled, because he noticed that Chong Liang and the rest only cared about tormenting him and had forgotten about the time. As long as he waited a while more, in a short while, their doomsday would be here. He was praying that Chong Liang and the rest really forgot the time. Have you recovered some strength? Do you feel that there's still a hint of hope? Are you thinking of how to sentence us to death? Hoo-hoo, your father will tell you very responsibly. You're thinking too much. Actually, we did it on purpose. Ha ha. Chong Liang's voice was like a devil, shattering the last glimmer of W. and Jiu Tao's hope. Chapter 1334. WNG Family, Grievous News. Chapter 1334. W.A.N.G. Family, Grievous News. Thud. W.A.N. Ji Yugon's body fell onto the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. W.A.N. Ji Yugon. Yi Yuan, this? What's going on here? When Luo Jian saw the dead dog-like W.A.N. Ji Yugon, a look of shock was written all over his face. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could he possibly turn W.A.N. Ji Yugon into this manner? But the reality happened before his eyes. It was not up to him to not believe. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to bother with what happened. I brought this guy to you to deal with. Want to kill or dismember, it's up to you." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan as if he did not recognize the latter. Still being at the initial stage grotto profound, Yi Yuan's realm did not have the slightest hint of change. However, how in the world did he do it? Spare me. Yi Yuan, it was all this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you and Luo Jian. As long as you let this old man off, this old man is willing to pay any price. W.A.N. Ji Yugon said feebly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said just now, everything is up to Brother Luo to decide. If he's willing to let you go, I have no objections either." The one who narrowly escaped death was Luo Jian. Yi Yuan would not make the decision on his behalf. The reason why he brought W.A.N. Ji Yugon here was in order to let Luo Jian vent his frustrations. Luo Jian was not a soft-hearted person. He would definitely kill this fellow. Luo. He had yet to start pleading for mercy when a streak of cold light flashed past. A powerful divine essence directly destroyed his life force. The high and mighty W.A.N. Ji Yugon died just like this. Luo Jian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him at all. With his personality, he would not be long-winded with the other party either. So much crap. This guy was still hoping for me to let him go. Really foolish. Plus, Luo Jian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When people reach a hopeless situation, they always hope to live on. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't plead to live disgracefully." Luo Jian said coolly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How is it? Vented your anger yet?" Luo Jian nodded and said, "Thoughts are running smoothly. Vented the anger." Yi Yuan, how in the world did you do it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you must help me keep the secret. Even the Tower Lord can't be told. Can you do it?" Luo Jian's expression choked up, and he shook his head and said, "Can't do it. Forget it. You'd better not say. You, kid, are really a freak. Made me worry for nothing." Luo Jian was very broad-minded, though. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan regarded him even higher. Yi Yuan could naturally perceive that Luo Jian very much wanted to know what in the world happened. But he did not wish to hide from Yang Rui too. Hence, he forcefully endured asking. As for Yi Yuan, he naturally did not have a need to hide from Luo Jian. It was just that he knew Luo Jian's temperament. That was why he did not tell him. After all, the current Gui Yun was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Oh, right, W.A.N. Ji Yu Tao and W.A.N. Ji Yuman both came. Where are they? They wouldn't also have. Luo Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, W.A.N. Ji Yuman has already been killed by me. As for W.A.N. Ji Yu Tao, he must be savoring it greatly right now. Luo Jian's expression changed several times, and he said huffily, You, this guy, are really a freak. Before long, Changliang 5 people rushed over, directly kneeling down in unison when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks to your excellency for granting the wish, letting us take revenge for number 3 and number 7. From this day forth, the 5 of our lives will be sold to your excellency. If your excellency wants us to head east, we absolutely won't head west. If your excellency wants our lives, us brothers absolutely won't bat an eyelid. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan said coolly, What would I want your lives for? You all take these medicinal pills, go back, and cultivate well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually threw a small bottle to Chang Liang. Chang Liang received it and took a look and involuntarily shuddered all over, crying out in shock. Your Excellency, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Inside the small bottle was actually divine-grade, divine essence pills. This kind of thing was originally a priceless item in Jewel Hill City. Having money could not buy it either. Yi Yuan's opening move was 10 pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just a few medicinal pills is not a big deal. Number 3 and number 7 being killed was caused by me in the end. These medicinal pills, just take it as compensation for you all. Chang Liang and the rest felt even more inexplicably grateful. He had already been stuck at middle stage grotto profound for many years and kept failing to break through. With this divine-grade divine essence pill, his breakthrough to late-stage grotto profound was already something that happened without extra effort. Not just him, these few brothers of his, by relying on these divine-grade divine essence pills, they would definitely have a huge advancement too. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Chang Liang 5 people were really on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan this time. What did you say? Say it again. At the W.A.N. G family's residence, W.A.N. G Lingbo suddenly stood up. He was yelling at a junior managing the ancestral temple. Family head, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, as well as the W.N. G family elites who were brought out this time, their soul lamps are all extinguished. The junior was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. The so-called soul lamp was lit with a trace of a martial artist's soul force, which could reflect the survival status of the martial artist. Once the soul lamp extinguished, the martial artist was either dead or trapped in some dangerous place. How is this possible? The 3 elders are all grand completion grotto profound powerhouses, who in this Jewel Hill City can eradicate all of them in one go. W.A.N. G Lingbo's entire body trembled as he said. That junior said with a mournful face. Family head, I also suspected that I saw wrongly at first. But I checked several times. Their soul lamps are indeed all extinguished. W.A.N. G Lingbo plopped his bottom back down. His entire person seemed to have lost his soul. These 3 great elders were the W.A.N. G family's backbone strength. Once they died, the blow to the W.A.N. G family was seriously too great. There was even a possibility that the W.A.N. G family would never recover from this setback henceforth. They were to hunt down Yi Yuan. Could it be that they all died in Yi Yuan's hands? But how was this possible? Yi Yuan was just an initial stage grotto profound rookie. Even if he had Luo Jian protecting, it was also not possible to make the 3 great elders perish at the same time. Right? W.A.N. G Lingbo could not figure out after racking his brains. After a long time, he said to the junior despondently, I got it. This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to leak a word, family punishment awaits. The junior hurriedly voiced his A.S. sent and took his leave. W.A.N. G. Lingbo maintained that sitting posture, sitting the whole night. Ever since he received the position of family head from W.A.N. G. Yuxian, it could be said to have been limitless glory. In the past, there had never been a moment where he was so helpless like now. Finally, at dawn, a haggard-looking W.N. G. Lingbo got up and slowly walked into a secret underground room that was. Father, W.A.N. G. Lingbo shouted using a dry voice. Before long, an aged voice came from inside the secret room. It's Lingbo, huh? Why? Encountered some issues? W.A.N. G. Lingbo opened his mouth and really did not know how to speak up. This isn't like your style. Could it be that this time, it was Yang Rui who personally took action? Said the old man. After a long silence, W.N. G. Lingbo finally plucked up his courage and used a close to teary voice and said, Father, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, they all might have already fallen. Boom! The secret room's door directly exploded. A gust of strong wind blew out from inside. Chapter 1335, Revealing True Colors. Chapter 1335, Revealing True Colors. Late at night, a figure suddenly staggered into the myriad treasure tower. But when Hong Yin saw this figure, she was taken aback with fright. It was only to see that this figure was covered in blood from top to bottom. It was as if he was hauled out from a blood pool, looking incomparably grim. Luo Jian, what's with you? Where's Sir Yi? Hong Yin recognized the arrival and hurriedly forward and helped him up. This figure was none other than precisely Luo Jian. Q quickly helped me to go and meet the Tower Lord. Luo Jian gasped. Oh, I'll help you over right now. Hong Yin said. Right at this time, Feng Ping flashed out from the inner hall and exclaimed, Luo Jian, why have you suffered such serious injuries? Quickly come in. I'll treat it for you. Luo Jian's face was deathly pale. Seeing Feng Ping, he said weakly, Many thanks for Elder Feng's good intentions, but the matter is urgent. My injuries, best treated afterward. Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said, Luo Jian, what in the world happened? Weren't you escorting Yi Yuan into the Yinwen Den? Where is he? Luo Jian said, The W.N. G family sent out 3 elders to hunt us down, surrounding us at the Yinwen Den. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had methods to control evil spirits. That was how he helped me to charge out of the heavy encirclement, making me return to seek help. The W.A.N. G family pursued Yi Yuan into the Yinwen Den's interior, and I lost contact with him. I rushed back without stopping once to ask Tower Lord for help. Feng Ping's expression changed drastically, and he said, This matter, only the few of us know. So how did the W.A.N. G family get the intel? Luo Jian shook his head and said, Don't know. Now isn't the time to look into this matter. Continue to drag on. Yi Yuan will likely be a goner. Hong Yin, quickly help me to go see Tower Lord. Hong Yin was also worried about Yi Yuan's safety and hurriedly helped Luo Jian in. After the 2 people left, the expression on Feng Ping's face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the myriad treasure tower, Vanis. Plusing into the dark night. Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's money tree now. Yang Rui definitely won't look on with folded arms. Once he makes a move, the lives of those 3 elders of your W.A.N. G family will be difficult to guarantee. Inside the W.A.N. G family study, Feng Ping's words were clearly somewhat anxious, but his words gave W.A.N. G Lingbo hope. He revealed a look of pleasant surprise on his face and said, Is this true? My second uncle, they all are really still in the Yinwen Den? Feng Ping said urgently, Why would I lie to you? Just earlier, Luo Jian returned to the myriad treasure tower covered in blood. He already broke through to grand completion grotto profound. You think about it. Apart from your W.A.N. G family's 3 elders, who can injure him until like that? There was no time for him to even treat his injuries, and he wanted to go and see Yang Rue. It can be seen how dangerous the situation is. I'm afraid that Yang Rue will beat you to it. So I come to inform you right away. You quickly get Lord Yuxiang to take action. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. This news was seriously too pleasantly surprising, sweeping W.A.N. G Lingbo's depressed mood clean. W.A.N. G Lingbo hurriedly said, "Okay, you go back first. Don't arouse their suspicions. I'll go and meet my father right now and invite his elderly self to take action." These 2 days, he didn't have any appetite. 1. Tea for food over second uncle and their matter. Feng Ling nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll return right away." Not long after he left, a person rode a horse out of the W.G family, swift as lightning, galloping over towards outside the city. After Feng Ping came out of the W.A.N. G family, his entire person also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had the ability to control evil spirits, and was actually able to withstand the besieging of 3 mighty grand completion grotto profound powerhouses. It looked like he really underestimated him. But with W.A.N. Ji Yuxian making a move, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape his doom this time. Yo, it's the evening now. Elder Feng still has the leisurely mood to come out for a stroll. How pleasant. Feng Ping was currently pondering when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, making him jump in fright. Turning around to look, Feng Ping's eye. A.L.S. popped out. Yi Yuan, why would you be here? Aren't you? Aren't. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. When Feng Ping saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked until he was stumbling over his words. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ping with a smile that was not a smile, and said smilingly, "Is Elder Feng trying to say, shouldn't I be trapped at the Yin Den currently? Why would I show up here?" Feng Ping said in surprise, "Why, didn't Luo Jian say?" It's great that you're fine. Haha. Feng Ping's reaction was fast too, hastily changing his tune. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder Feng, do you think the injuries that this he did to Luo Jian was still possible? It seems like even you didn't see through either." Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said in a grim voice, What do you mean?" What do I mean? This is nighttime. Elder Feng is coming out of the myriad treasure tower's sworn enemy's residence. I wonder what's the meaning of it." Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Monstrous waves stirred up in Feng Ping's heart, but he still harbored a hint of getting lucky and feigned ignorance and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Which eye of yours saw me coming out of the W.G family?" Yi Yuan, you don't make unfounded remarks. Make unfounded remarks? The ones who saw you come out from the W.A.N.G family wasn't just me alone. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, several people appeared behind Yi Yuan. The one in the lead had an incredibly solemn demeanor. How could it be if not Yang Rue? Yang Rue's appearance shattered the last trace of hope in Feng Ping's heart. He finally understood that this play tonight was a total trap. Yi Yuan set up this trap in order to make him head to the W.A.N.G family, and he waddled over just like that. Yang Rue looked at Feng Ping and said with a look of pain, "When Luo Jian told me this matter, I still didn't believe it." Feng Ping, Yang Rue, examine my conscience and feel that I didn't treat you shabbily. Why did you betray the myriad treasure tower? Feng Ping knew that there was zero chance of getting lucky today, and said with a cold snort, "I didn't betray the myriad treasure tower. I just want this boy dead. With this boy around, Feng Ping, will never come a day where I raise my head up here in the future. The myriad treasure tower can only have one chief alchemist, and that is me, Feng Ping." Hearing these words, Yang Rue looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh, and he said, hence, you gave Yuan's intel to the W, and G family and borrowed the W, and G family's hands to kill Yuan? Feng Ping said in a solemn voice, that's right. The myriad treasure tower. There's no him if there's me, no me if there's him. Ever since this boy came to the myriad treasure tower, have you looked me straight in the eye once? Yang Rui was enraged until he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said solemnly, you clearly know Yi Yuan's importance to the myriad treasure tower. How could you actually still do such a thing? Feng Ling smiled coldly and said, so what? This boy's origins are unknown, his ident. 1. Tai uncertain. You all actually used such a guy and paid no heed to me. I'm doing this all for the sake of the myriad treasure tower. For the sake of the myriad treasure tower. So you even sold out your own bro? It's fine if you betrayed me, but Luo Jian has fought alongside you for so many years. How could you bear it? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Those who accomplish great things doesn't bother with trifles. Saying any more is pointless. Before dying, I only wish to know, what in the world happened to those 3 old fellows from the W and G family? Feng Ping said. He was unresigned. He still did not believe until now that Yi Yuan could escape the W and G family's 3 great elders' pursuit. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, all dead. The W and G family sent out 16 people this time, and all of them are dead. Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly be those 3 old fellows' match? I don't believe it. Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the 3 of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, the reality is, I'm standing here right now, while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang will know whether the 3 of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Yinwen Den to inquire. W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the W. A. N. G family's people, if he had nothing to do, was also pretty good. When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage grotto profound rookie, finished off those 3 great elders of the W and G family. Those 3 people were all grotto profound deity realms peak powerhouses already. Under Heaven Glimpse, virtually no one was their match. Unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse deity realm strength, otherwise it was very hard to dispose of all 3 of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the W, A, N, G family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sights. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was, it was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sigh. Elder Feng, you and I have worked together for many years, but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life, but I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this conclusion. Only see the newcomer smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Heh. Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts Yi Yuan in an important position, I touch my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said, "Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to your preference." Feng Ping snorted coldly and said. When Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, "Luo Jian." Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death." Feng Ping cried out miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine C, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, "Young friend Yi Yuan, this time, I made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my myriad treasure tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here." At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the myriad treasure tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the W and G family's 3 great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to Heaven Glimpse deity Realm Powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also this Yi saying that. If not for this Yi, the myriad treasure tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well." Yang Rui waved his hand and said, "Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as well. Even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the myriad treasure tower eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths. Only alchemy is Pa-S, Sable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists." Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, "Then I'll have to trouble young friend. Talking with smart people was effortless." Feng Ping being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy G. D over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could 2-star alchemy G. DS refine divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, grotto, profound deity, realm martial artists, and mortals with a population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the W and G family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the myriad treasure tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest level tier 1 low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the myriad treasure tower's reputation. This period of time, the myriad treasure tower's business virtually skyrocketed. ATC, hing away more than half of the 3 great families' business all at once. The myriad treasure tower's glory was unparalleled, while Yi Yuan himself entered closed seclusion after preparing sufficient quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly. comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world-suppressing steel and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself. This is a prolonged process. Maybe you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method. Maybe you'll waste Ma's amounts of time. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before back when we were at the Immortal Grove region that I want to walk a path that belongs to me, no matter how arduous this path is." Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, This fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts." Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C., an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the clouds. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing steel's main body. Ugh! Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. This punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heavenspan mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dare to offend it. Dustless said. Chapter 1337. Correspondence Point. Chapter 1337. Correspondence Point. Lesser heavenspan mountain? Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing steel for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was like when he was still at the Immortal Grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible. This lesser heavenspan mountain is the world-suppressing steel's main body, holding in store great Tao. Even Heavenly Emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dared to profane heaven's prestige. Dustless said. Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the heavenspan mountain was indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, How would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you, but you had already made a move. Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled Embark. Sedley and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser heavenspan mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers, wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued. The lesser heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is unfathomable. With Immortal Grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser heavenspan mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the heavenspan mountain, containing this portion of heavenly Tao's might. It's just a shame that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not break through to heavenly Emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser heavenspan mountain secrets. Yi Yuan's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in shock, This lesser heavenspan mountain's background is so great. If I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao contained inside the lesser heavenspan mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Tao Ancestor? Dustless smiled coldly and said, Hey, you're dreaming. Do you think that this heavenly Tao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser heaven-span mountain, being able to fully comprehend the first-level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time. Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Immortal Grove world, he entered Tao with alchemy and even triggered the resonance of great Tao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time." Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser heaven-span mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, "Lesser heaven-span mountain already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real heaven-span mountain is. Could it be that even Tao ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Tao on the heaven-span mountain?" Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing steel was really a heaven-defying treasure. Disregarding that its potential was limitless for others to want to go to the heaven-span mountain to comprehend great Tao, they must arrive at the heaven-span mountain in person. But as long as he possessed this lesser heaven-span mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Tao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Tao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Jiushang sending Kunua into the Immortal Grove world. Maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang probably only suspected and did not know the lesser heaven-span mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Kunua over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, he would absolutely make a move personally. His thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful, and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser heaven-span mountain, once exposed, what he would have to face would likely be the entire heaven-span world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser heaven-span mountain. This lesser heaven-span mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poorer comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser heaven-span mountain, it was no use either, their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to emulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to heaven-glimpsed deity realm all their life. With the lesser heaven-span mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Tao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser heaven-span mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Tao while perfecting the cultivation method, all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw. Could he start cultivating? With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation methods. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method, so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion grotto profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second level cultivation method, laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future. This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe it was hard as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm. Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost. Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm. No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be? Except, Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Dao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own efforts. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big, but when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Dao was boundless. When Yi Yuan started visualizing, he felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all. In front of Heavenly Dao, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant. Time passed, said day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods, but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with Heavenly Dao. Just like reeling silk from cock. Without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world-suppressing Steel's S.P.A.C. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways, but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged. Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait, but can that little S afford to wait? By Yi Yuan's ear came Dustless's mocking. Chapter 1338. WNG Family's Main Family Arriving. Chapter 1338. W.A.N.G. Family's Main Family Arriving. W.A.N.G. Family's Branch. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the W.A.N.G. family's hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even W.A.N.G. Yuxiang, this W.A.N.G. family's leader, could only stand in the hall. W.A.N.G. Lingbo was even only able to stand behind W.A.N.G. Yuxiang and did not even have the qualifications to speak. Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place W.A.N.G. Yuxiang in his sights. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed. W.N.G. family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone. W.A.N.G. Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when W.A.N.G. Yuxiang and W.A.N.G. Lingbo heard these words. Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family was merely a branch of the W.A.N.G. family. The W.A.N.G. family's main family was in Brightrace City. The Heavenspan world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heavenspan world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks, namely, counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter. Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities. Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too, before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all divine lord realm and above. Jewel Hill City and Brightrace City were both counties, both belonging to Wu Meng capital city. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Bright Ray City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already passed, said since the W.A.N.G. family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan. In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's W.N.G. family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses, waiting for this day. W.N.G. Yuxiang made a trip to the Yin Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the W.A.N.G. family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish. But W.A.N.G. Yuxiang very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the W.A.N.G. family's elites, regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the W.A.N.G. family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will, but lacking in strength to fight with the other families. His thought reaching here, W.A.N.G. Yuxiang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden, informing Bright Ray's City's W.N.G. family's main family about the matter on this side. Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Bright Ray City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day. 3 years had passed, said the W.A.N.G. family's main family finally sent W.A.N.G. Su and W.A.N.G. Xianfeng here. This W.A.N.G. Su was an outstanding member of the W.A.N.G. family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion grotto, profound level expert. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy G.O.D. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business. Everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The W.A.N.G. family was the strongest. The Liu and Lin 2 families followed. The Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the W.A.N.G. family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business methods. Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the W.A.N.G. family strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. What the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the W.A.N.G. family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the max. We were caught off guard too. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said. Although his realm was higher than W.A.N.G. Su's, he did not dare to offend him. This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. An initial stage grotto, profound, turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? W.A.N.G. Su said with a cold smile. What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true. W.A.N.G. Su was naturally aware of the news that W.A.N.G. Yuxiang reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful. All these information were mere excuses. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang did not dare to refute, and said to W.A.N.G. Lingbo, Lingbo, present the thing and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look. W.A.N.G. Ji Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. W. N. Ji Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain. Divine grade, divine, essence pill? What does lowest grade tier, 1 low-grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian? W. A. N. Ji Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this and said, "Oh, Yu Xiang, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill. It's nothing at all. With this old man around, his myriad treasure tower has to coil, even if it's a dragon too." Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me, Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years, and have made great contributions for the main family. Head elder specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's soaring dragon pavilion. W. A. N. Ji Xuanfeng's words made W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang and W. A. N. Ji Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The soaring dragon pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples. Upon entering the soaring dragon pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The W. A. N. G family suffered heavy losses this time, but being able to let elite disciples enter the soaring dragon pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise. Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian. Thank you very much, Head Elder. W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang said agitatedly. W. A. N. Ji Xianfeng smiled and said, "With this, Yuxiang, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right? These few years, W. A. N. Ji Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeeze the myriad treasure tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point." W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family." W. Ji Yuxiang realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower. 10 years, Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress. Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear nonstop. "Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time. You still have time to turn back now." But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up." Dustless said crossly, "Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao." Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, "Yeah, why am I so stupid? Giving up a ready-made road and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way." Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. "You kid, what did you think of again?" Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me. Don't you agree, Senior?" Dustless nodded woodenly and said, "That is, of course." "Then, Senior, what's my strongest path?" Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, "Naturally, alchemy Dao. And you want to use alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills?" Yi Yuan chuckled, but did not say anything, stifling Dustless badly. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill back then, it was a focused practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill. And now, Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank 1-star alchemy G-O-D to the limits. In this aspect, the myriad treasure towers' powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines. Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Tao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Tao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task, Yi Yuan had once done before in the immortal grow world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times. Time Pa-S, set inside the world's suppressing steel. In a blink, 120 years Pa-S said. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words: a solid foundation, diligent practice, expending 120 years, and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties. This was an exceedingly dreary thing to others. Even for alchemists, not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly. After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills. He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained, and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures. This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly, as if taking sugar plums. Spring went, and autumn arrived. Summer left, and winter came. Time Pa-S, said year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky. Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser Heavenspan Mountain in front of him. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland. He finally knocked open this door using alchemy Tao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial techniques. They started rolling around in his mind nonstop. Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. The elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the Heavenspan world, all martial artists' holy land, Heavenspan Mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb it all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the Heavenspan Mountain flying. Miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air. No matter how powerful their strength was. This was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire Heavenspan Mountain, making the originally mysterious Heavenspan Mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the Heavenspan Mountain was already devoid of people. This, what happened to the Heavenspan Mountain? Who the H-E-L knows what happened. Ouch! Your father cultivated to the true D realm and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the Heavenspan Mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heaven's prestige. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the Heavenspan Mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run. Suddenly, someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble. The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a sieve rumble, and rippled out into the distance. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time, I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true D2. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner. Under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy, the martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan Mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is Russ. Plussing down. Right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan Mountain, the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us, you live the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said, Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan Mountain. An aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly someone said, Hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan Mountain gives me this time is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan Mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? This old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies, retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche already. Once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through? The feeling that this gives me is like benefiting all life. Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more. But even if it's as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan Mountain like this before, why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, That's because the Heavenspan Mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However, apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so? Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. What happened? I feel like I'm almost unable to breathe. What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City? What terrifying pressure. I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore. It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My G. O. D. What in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It wouldn't fall down, right? If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust. Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess. Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly. That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in wars. I+P. Not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wu Meng capital city's region. Everyone was able to see this giant mountain. It was too big, boundlessly huge. Elder Xian, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City. Once this giant mountain falls, none of us can escape. W-A-N-G family. W-A-N. Jisu's expression changed drastically as he said. In close to 30 years' time, W-N, Jisu and W-A-N. Ji Xianfeng had always stayed in the W-A-N-G family, causing immense pressure for the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was just that seeing that towering heaven-span mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble. W-A-N. Ji Xianfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, "Let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill City can't be preserved." After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying hello. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill City's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping. That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying. How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the Myriad Treasure Tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. "Tower Lord, aren't we going?" Su Linpu said. Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either. What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. "Saya, the Heavenspan world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire Heavenspan mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible?" Yang Rui muttered. In a twinkle, 30 years said in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world suppressing steel. However, right when the entire Heavenspan world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless and gray clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked probingly, "You kid, what the L did you do?" With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, "Did what?" "Senior, haven't you been watching all along? I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me." Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity. Do you know that right now, Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The Heavenspan Mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. Heavenspan Mountain? Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly the mountain shook and the earth trembled. The Heavenspan Mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world change colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the Heavenspan Mountain. Arg! In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P. C, his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. Senior, what's going on here? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you? Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you, what the H-E-L did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment? Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this heaven-span mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method, and just finished. Asked you not to mess around. You insisted on doing it. Now you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it. Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The heaven-span mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City, one small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the heaven-span mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge heaven-span mountain dissipated into nothing just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain? Haha saved. I didn't die. Haha. Where did that giant mountain go? My G. Oh, D, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flash. H.I. Plusing, returning inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. once more. That instant he saw the lesser heaven-span mountain. A feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser heaven-span mountain, the colors seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent, and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser heaven-span mountain for millions of years and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The Civ lesser heaven-span mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally, being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's eye. That's were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. You? How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me. I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method. That's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, just what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser heaven-span mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method, Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, Could it be that this cultivation method you created called down the heaven-span mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years of already pious, set inside the world suppressing steel. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Already been 30 years? I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Without his medicinal pills, for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand out among the SES, it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion, but was stopped by Dustless. Hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage Grotto Profound. It's just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage. This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is. Dustless said. He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heavenspan world? Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "What Senior says makes sense. It's not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through." Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeves. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. All of them were divine-grade, divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade, divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore. If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. Divine-grade, divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the lesser Heavenspan mountain. As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and a salt middle stage Grotto Profound. The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created. Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "What wrong?" Dustless asked, rather nervously. Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's eyes stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Are refined? You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade, divine essence pill?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked as he said, "Yeah, I just revolved the cultivation method, and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence, entering the divine sea." Hang on, the divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser. With this, the two people were utterly bewildered. Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle stage Grotto Profound. But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the L kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right? Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill again." Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine-grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too. But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill, he refined it. It could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them in his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more. 3 pills were still too little. Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another. Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him like jelly beans. By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60 to 70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage grotto profound currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money nonstop. Otherwise, with my current appet, 1, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence. See if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And my divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen percent." Dustless nodded and said, "Then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity. Truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance." Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past or the divine essence he cultivated now, martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality, the impurities ACCU, mulat became more and more. Once reading the cultivation bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power, but a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass South Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage grotto profound. It still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Gotta go out and refine anew, Yi Yuan said helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other 3 great families. Hongyin, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hongyin, who is currently snoozing. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Fong Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior! Senior! Bang! Fong Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Tung Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Tong Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Senior, do you feel it? Ha ha ha. We were finally able to break through to the deity realm." Fong Tian smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now." Just earlier, Fong Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fong Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This immortal grove region, he was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Tingyan said excitedly, "Ah yes, not only is Yi Yuan alive, but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine. It's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the immortal grove region." Fong Tian had a look of relief and said, "Yeah, these few years, I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise." How could Fong Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the heaven-glimpsed deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fong Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Sky Distant. Come, go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, an enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Ha ha! Divine Tao, laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Ha ha! Sky Distant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Sky Distant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion heaven glimpsed deity realm. White light, it's really great. Big brother Yuan, he's all right. The Lier, who had always been cool and quiet, was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, "We have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the Heavenspan world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again. Heavenly Tao returning anew. I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades." Lier nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades, she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down all along. Now, she wished that she could enter close seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Fall Mountain Range, land of exile, the ancestor here was the same as Sky Distant, also returning to the deity realm. "Junior, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time," said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said, "It's been hard on him these few years." Ancestor smiled and said, "You don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuan-Er returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky?" Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, "What ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that." While at this time, Kunwa looked in the direction of the world-locking gate and murmured, "That boy really made it there safely." However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years. Could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible. Sai, really envious of Dustless, that old fart, to be able to follow there. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord realm before he could deliver heavenly Tao and mystic Qi to the immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord realm. This was simply nonsense. Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall? Yi Yuan asked. Isn't it still the W.A.N.G. family? Ever since her took care of the W.N.G. family, they were very low profile the first few years, low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. from Brightrace City's main family as A.T.C. hing away the Myriad Treasure Tower's glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and W.A.N.G. family. We are already almost unable to hold on anymore, Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star Alchemy G.O.D.? The W.A.N.G. family really played a big move to actually even move out a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament, after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the W.A.N.G. family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the W.A.N.G. family, the City Lore Manor would definitely have to intervene. So he let them off. He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistakes. It went from bad to worse instead. Sir Yi, that 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push forth divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills. They're trying to exterminate us once and for all, Hong Yin said indignantly, inviting a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower, naturally, could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the W.A.N.G. family invited a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D., why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. from the higher-ups? Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this. Sir doesn't know this. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wumeng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence, 2-star and above Alchemy G.O.D.s are all scarce resources. Normally, they're all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them. But Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turn a blind eye and let us run our own course. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Although he had long guessed a little, the Myriad Treasure Tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a Heavenly Emperor's business to actually perform so miserably. So, we can only rely on our own efforts, Yi Yuan said. Hong Yi nodded helplessly and said, it's this logic, but they have a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. We can't win this battle, no matter what. Yi Yuan smiled and said, a 2-star Alchemy G.O.D. sound impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills and can afford to use them, how many are there? Hong Yin said. But the W, N, G family's tier 1 middle grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death. Yi Yuan said with a nod, and tier 1 middle grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier. Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "All right, I'll go and meet Tower Lord." "Oh, right? Is Miss Wanru still all right?" Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, "Couldn't be better. Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already Serpa. Said mine now." Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said, "She improved so quickly." Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago. In a short few decades, Liang Wanru Serpa, said Hong Yin. This kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, "Yeah, I'm already no longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right? Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This Ye's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love dead again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what. He owed Li and Mu Lingxue too much and could no longer accommodate others in his heart. Looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise, she'll probably fall deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan muttered to himself helplessly. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. "Oh my, younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower would have to close down shop for good." Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said, "Under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord need not worry. The Myriad Treasure Tower's matters I've already learned from Hong Yin there." Yang Rui's gaze glinted. At first, it was a pleasant surprise. But very soon, it was doubt again as he said, "You really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage Grotto Profound. Want a refined tier, 1 middle grade divine pills. One naturally require their strength to reach the middle grade Grotto Profound first." The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase, but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into close seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord rest assured. You just send the word out. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is going to roll out a brand new tier 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade." Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence increasing pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage Grotto Profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation, without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means to be able to refine divine-grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine-grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence increasing pills. However, divine-grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence increasing pills. The reason was that divine-grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine-grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine-grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After W.N. G. Xianfeng came to the W.N.G. family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? Double the effect of the essence increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before? Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wu Meng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle stage Grotto Profound used were also essence increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pill's medicinal properties was double that of the essence increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile. It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. He saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient sick record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it again after waiting for this Yi to refine it. Yi Yuan giving Yang Rui a heads up right now was naturally in order to garner ALS and let the essence cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Tao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Tao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. When at the Immortal Grove region, he already created numerous pill formulas. Now, Yi Yuan entered Tao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. This cultivation method, his understanding toward alchemy Tao also became even deeper. Coupled with that, he already fully grasped those several thousand kinds of Tier 1 spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Creating a few pill formulas was nothing much to Yi Yuan. The essence cultivating pill was one of them. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, this brother doesn't mean that. Don't you misunderstood me. It's just that younger brother's words are too shocking. That's why this brother would be so astonished." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord don't have to stand on ceremony. For this Yi to be able to have today, it was all thanks to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This Yi isn't someone who shows ingrat. 1. 2 for kindness, why would I get angry because of this small matter?